And we bid you good afternoon. I won't say a pleasant good afternoon because it has been a wild one. I know that some of you have been watching the audio or the video feed of this game already. But, man, first off, I'm Scott McCauley. Tom Masters with me. Our coverage is presented by Play It Again Sports. We've got a lot of other sponsors we'll be thanking through the day. But we could retell the tale of what has happened so far today, both on and off the field. However, we would go into the 2022 holiday tournament explaining that all. So let's just tell you what you got in front of you right now. We have got what really has turned into the pool play championship game of the Hillcrest pool. Willard and Fort Smith, this is the Forsgren. They are the sportsmen. They are both undefeated in pool play. This is Willard's last game, so if they do rally to win, and as you can see, it's 5-3 sportsmen leading right now. If Willard was to rally to win, then they would be the outright champion of this pool, no questions asked. If Fort Smith, the sportsmen, win this game, even though they still have one more game to go with Forsyth, they would have the tiebreaker against Willard, so they, in essence, would win the championship. So this game, Tom, has become so important on how it comes out in these final 4 innings.
Well, and it's just been an unusual day. We should say we've had major technical problems due to a lot of weather that came through. It's been difficult for the crew to get this thing up and running, but we're glad to be with you. We'll recap other games that we've seen today to let you know. But right now, we are in the top of the 4th inning, and this is the sportsman batting, and this is the number 9 hitter. This is Caden Gifford at the plate, and he's at 1-1 right now.
As you've been watching, at least for the last half hour, the sportsmen have scored at least 1 run in every inning. In fact, 2 runs in the first, 2 in the second, and 1 in the third. Willard got all their runs in the first inning. 2 of those runs were on a Owen Bushnell 2-run homer. And if you were watching last inning, they actually got a big out when he was up with runners on base, but they got him to pop out on the infield. The count right now is 1 ball, now 2 balls and 1 strike. Again, to Caden Gifford. Hillcrest won the first game here today 6-0 over Lebanon, and just a terrific pitching performance for Hillcrest today as the 2-1 pitch is swung and missed. And then Willard turned around and got a 10-0, 8-0, run rule win.
No, actually 10-0.
It was
10-0. 10-0 run rule in 4.
Yeah, in 4, thank you.
Oh, against Lebanon.
Against Lebanon. And here is going to be a botched play at third, which will be an error. As not a badly hit ball, but the ball took a funny hop off the infield. So, yeah, that right. It was a 10-0 4-inning run rule, and that is what's led Willard and Fort Smith, who went undefeated here yesterday, to this point. And right now, Fort Smith trying to kind of pull away a little bit. And you and I were talking just before we went on the air that this is going to be a one of those games that Fort Smith and the sportsmen are going to have to keep the pressure on here.
Well, they need to continue to score because Willard keeps storming back. Willard with a home run, a 2-run shot earlier to get to take an early 3-2 lead, but the sportsmen have come back, as you see, and now lead at 5-3. And the batter now is Luke Wyatt. He's the leadoff batter.
And he has a couple of hits already in the game today, including an RBI single in the second. He got responsible for one of the 2 runs. He scored one of the runs in the opening inning of this ball game. Count now 1 ball and 1 strike at the plate. We are in the top of the 4th inning. Fort Smith, the sportsmen, the visiting team by the coin flip. Ball's going to bounce away. Runner was going, so that's going to be a stolen base by Gifford. He gets into scoring position.
And we should say, before things started here today, maybe 20 minutes before the first pitch this morning, we had a storm that moved through the Springfield area, and it hit the Hillcrest facility here, and it wiped out a lot of things, tents, equipment, all kinds of things. They've been battling trying to get back through this.
Yes, it has been an effort that has been going on off and on. Once again, we apologize. We had a little bit of
Back home.
Boy, go now. Come on, Mason. Good. Got one.
Rounded out. First pitch.
Good.
Outside, or get the first out, we should say. Second out, we should say, of the second inning. First pitch foul back. It's 0-1. Well, you can, as you get a look at our view here, it has been a overcast day. It's been a rainy day. It's been a monsoon day. It actually had the sun out for a little bit today as well. Here's a slow roller, too short. Shortstop scoops, throws.
We got two. A lot of confidence here. 2 or 3. You and him. Come on, Kyle. Please stop here. Stop!
But one thing we have seen is Wild Pitches scoring quite a few runs here today. You know, you and I speculated before the game. We weren't sure how many they would get because of the way the padding is back there, but the way the ball's been going back there, there's been several that have scored from third on Wild Pitches. Here's a bunt for a hit, and it's not going to work as they're going to get the out for the final out of the inning. They were trying
the old sneakaroo there. Didn't quite work.
Yes, as he gets put out, and that will end the inning. So they are able to work around that walk, and we go to the fifth inning now. It's still the Sportsmen 8 and Willard 3. As we were telling you earlier when we were with you, the two winners earlier today here, Hillcrest won the opening game as they got a terrific pitching performance, a 6-0 shutout over Lebanon, and then Lebanon had a tough day. They didn't score today.
Didn't score, and
Yeah.
in Lebanon, they just, they had pitching problems in that opener with Hillcrest. They were not giving up hits, but they were walking a lot of batters, and that was giving Hillcrest opportunities. And then when they needed to, they punched across a hit or two and then scored runs. Like we say, they shut them down 6-0, and then came back in the second game, and Willard really took it to Lebanon.
10-0 in 4 innings.
Closed them out really hard.
Braxton Baker, by the way, was the pitcher for Hillcrest in that opening game, and he threw 80 pitches overall in that game. I guess that's been our blessing to see some good pitching, because we saw one with Doan, the kid from Herrick Memorial Post last night over in Clever.
Yeah, saw an 85-pitch performance, saw an 80-pitch performance this morning. And what's really funny is Hoyt Honey, a starting pitcher for Lebanon today, he had a lot of problems, walking batters and doing whatever, but he still wasn't giving up hits. So in
fact, Hillcrest didn't get hit to the fifth inning, even though they led 3-0, and then they were able to tack on some runs and put it away. Got a big 2-out double down the line that scored a couple of runs. They put that game away late, and they were able to win it. Now, the rest of the schedule today, Fort Smith, the Sportsmen will play the next game here, as we're going to start this inning with a hit by pitch as Colton Payton will reach. And so the Sportsmen already with a runner on here in the top half of the fifth inning.
Well, and here's what Willard's got to be careful. You give up a couple more runs, and all of a sudden give up 3 runs, and this could be the end of it.
Yeah, 3 runs, and with the 8-run rule after 5, Willard would still have to bat in the bottom half of the inning, but see if obviously the Sportsmen, as we said last night, teams are going to try to win as many games in as few innings as possible. So if they have a chance to get the thing put away in 5, they're certainly going to do that, because also knowing that whoever wins this game today, they know they're going to be playing tomorrow.
Cannon England is the batter, and a quick 0-2 count on him.
He was hit by a pitch in the second and popped out to right. Quick throw to first, and the runner back safely.
Beeman, the pitcher now for Willard. He did not start. He came in relief from center field.
Came in the relief last inning.
Kyle Beeman, that is.
0-2. Next pitch over, but very high.
Up a little bit.
And it's 1-2.
Just getting in the way here.
Hit. Stretched by Beeman. And here's the delivery. It's a ground ball towards short. Shortstop scoops. Only play will be to first, and he'll make that one. Runner gets moved over to second. That's the first out of the inning. The other thing we have to watch out for is the is the time limit.
Yeah.
And we started just before 2, I believe.
No, 2:10.
Just after 10.
2:10 was the announcement, so we have about 36 minutes to go in this one.
Yeah. So still a decent chance that we'll get all 7 in here, but if we have a big inning, especially a big inning for the Sportsmen, that could definitely be in jeopardy for Willard. First pitch is high, ball 1, as the number 9 hitter, Caden Gifford, is at the plate. Gifford has reached twice, including reaching on an error last inning that started the ball roaring for the Sportsmen. Next pitch is over for a strike, and the count squared at 1-1. Hillcrest dimensionally similar to what we saw yesterday, maybe just a little bit shallower to center field, it looks like, but they do have a big fence in center. We've only seen 1 home run today. That was Bushnell's home run earlier in this game. Count 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, he hit it into a pretty stiff breeze coming in from the outfield.
Yeah, he crushed it. Here's the pitch. Pop up on the left side. Everyone converging on it, and this one will be caught out there for the second out of the inning, and I believe it was the left fielder that collected it.
Yeah, coming in and pulling it down was Mark Wynn for the Tigers.
So 2 down, and back to the top of the order, Luke Wyatt. Wyatt has been on base all 3 times today.
Single, double, and a walk. Oh, they've got him picked off.
Shortstop runs in and just will make the tag himself for the final out of the inning.
That was a look of determination right there by the second baseman. He was coming.
And keep in mind, and you didn't get to see this because of the technical problems, but we had a rundown earlier in the ball game where Willard ran a man down, but they forgot about the runner at third, and the Sportsman was able to score on the play. But, of course, no other runner on base that time, and they were bound and determined. So after the hit-by-pitch late off the inning, no damage done as nobody left on base as we go to the bottom of the inning. That had to be moved from one site to another to get that set up, and that play is underway. I do believe they are playing at Clever. I think they were delayed a little bit getting started, but I think they're playing there, and this pool is being played here. But one decision that's already been made is that the championship pool will be played here tomorrow, and again, that is assuming it can work around the weather. So Willard up here in the bottom of the 5th inning as they'll have the 2, 3, and 4 hitters up.
This is
that
Cade Byler? Cade Byler, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Byler today has popped up twice, so he is 0 for 2, hitting in the number 2 spot, and behind the count here, 2 strikes. That's a hard hit ball, but foul.
This is the, you can see it's up the camera. You can see kind of a different color turf we've got.
Artificial surface on the infield, but natural grass in the outfield. Pop up to the left side, foul out of play, and the count stays at 2 strikes.
The one thing about it, despite the rain, and we haven't had an enormous amount of rain, what we had was some rain with some intense winds early that caused some problems all over the place. But the outfield grass here really takes the weather quite well. So with the and we started this game in a pretty good rainstorm. I mean, it was coming down pretty hard, and they went ahead to first pitch at 2:10 because the infield will take the water, no problem. The outfield drains very, very well.
Hard hit ball, but right at the third baseman. Line drive for the first out of the inning.
He went the other way with it. Thought he really was on base, and third baseman stepped up and said, "No, I don't think so."
Luke
Wyatt came up and
Had a good
gloved it well.
Had a good read on it, and so a hard hit out for Willard. Cooper Hampton at the plate now. He today had a single back in the third inning, and I believe also had a hit and scored earlier in the game. One down here, bottom of the fifth. First pitch is over but low, ball one. You know, one thing I just realized, Tom, on the scoreboard, last inning was the first inning that the Sportsmen didn't score.
Yeah, Willard was able to keep them off the board, and Cooper Hampton's on the verge of maybe working his way on base right here on a 3-0 count.
Yep, as the winds begin to pick up, but I'm sure if you're listening, you probably don't have any trouble discerning that as it's coming through the microphones right now. That's what it's been. It's been a combination of wind and the rain and just everything else. 3 balls and a strike.
Well, and that's what makes it the holiday tournament in Springfield, Missouri. You know,
we were having that conversation earlier. Hard hit ball.
The wind may keep this one in,
and it will. Left fielder will catch it for the second out, but. Tell you what, had that happened last inning, that's probably out of here.
Yeah.
Or at least in the gap and an extra base hit. But the wind just picked up here over the last few minutes, and that held that ball up in the air. And the left fielder secures it for out number 2. Blake Holdren to the plate now. He got on base, and he scored ahead of Bushnell's home run back in the first inning.
Well, he's got a couple of hits today.
Yeah, he got a hit ahead of him, hit of the home run as well. So he is 2 for 2. Yeah, I'm glad you're interpreting it for me because I had a little disaster trying to start scoring the game. And I said, hey, we got a game going. We can score this, and realized I was put the wrong team on the wrong side there. Next pitch is down low, and all of a sudden behind in the count again, 3-0. He's gotten behind. The pitcher has here a few times this inning, but he's able to work around it and get out of it.
Sportsman trying to shut him down, but there's going to be a walk.
Yep, ball 4. So Hamilton now on, or Holmgren, on for the 3rd time today. And here's Bushnell. You know, the Sportsman have been pretty dominant the last few innings, but Bushnell connects on one here, another hitter. So this game's far from over. 5 runs, but we've seen how Willard can score quickly. And, we've seen that in this tournament. We just know whether it's their summer team or their high school team, they can get runs in bunches here. So this is a big out for them to get with a hitter that's been hitting pretty well. They were able to get Bushnell to pop up to third base last time up. And I believe that was with the couple of runners on base. First pitch, runner goes. Pitch is going to be outside, and the runner will be safe. The ball actually hits him. So a stolen base.
Yeah, pretty good release from behind the plate there, but Holmgren really was way down the line, and I think he was, even with a good catch, was going to beat it.
Yeah.
But it does put him in a position where Bushnell could possibly push him around and score him.
0-1 pitch. That one is over but low, and the count squares 1-1. So again, if you missed our announcement earlier, the final round of the tournament will be here at Hillcrest tomorrow. Schedule's still the same right now as the 1-1 pitch is fouled off. With semifinals 10 and noon, the JV championship game scheduled for 2 o'clock. And maybe a little bit later depending on that. But what we haven't said is that forecasting for more rain tomorrow.
Oh, it's looking really bad tomorrow, so there's no telling what's going to happen.
Here's the 1-2 pitch, ground ball to the hole, and the catch is made, and the out not recorded. He's safe, and the runner's going to score.
Well, and you got to give Holmgren a lot of credit. He came to third, and they just kept moving him around the base with the idea that if the plate isn't made and we don't get that third out, which they didn't, and they get the run, which is the all-important thing. That was so deep in the hole. I mean, it's a Jeter-like play if you make that one work,
Yeah, and when he first rounded the bag, Tom, I thought, and he probably didn't see him in the corner, I thought he might square and try to get the runner at third because he was, if he was able to square and see him, he'd have been dead at the plate. but never did, and thought he could get it. And even at that, he still just barely missed him at first base.
Well, your instinct, if you're that, is to get that runner at first, because he's got to drop a bat and get moving, and that's what he did. But, like I said, just too much speed down the base path for Bushnell,
who has his second hit of the day, and now with 3 RBIs. Excuse me, the other 2 coming on the home run in the first. So it's 8-4 now.
Cooper Wilkins at the plate.
And he is 0 for 2 today. Pitch is down low. And the count now is 1-1. So here you go. Already 1 run in for Willett. Again, 2 outs, but I think that run's so important for them to get just in their mental outlook. They kind of still feel like they're a part of this game.
Well, I mean, they've got to feel like, there's 25 minutes to go on the game clock. They got to feel like probably this one, they might get into the bottom of the 6th. They're going to have a hard time getting to the 7th, probably.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, they'll no doubt get to the 6th, but unless they
continue
have
to bat
very long inning and do that. But with 2 outs, you think that's the better probability. But, they've kind of been able to hold the Sportsmen in check now. So even if they only score this 1 run, they'll have at least a little bit of momentum going to the next inning. The 3-1 pitch hits in there for a strike, and the count goes full 3-2.
Yeah, getting that 1 run here, getting a second would be huge for them, but that's trying to maneuver him all the way around from first base.
Take a quick stare at the runner at first. Bushnell, he's not going anywhere. Payoff pitch is now on the way to the plate. It's a line drive, and it will be caught by the shortstop. What a play for the final out of the inning.
That's a hit 99% of the time, but not on that one.
Oh, my goodness. Good play by the shortstop, who is Bryce Morgan. Bryce Morgan, the shortstop, he ended up, it was very much a hard hit ball, and he just got into the hole and got it. Wow. And, if you're Willard, you really got to feel like you're, I don't want to say robbed, but it was just, it kind of was.
Well, you'd have had 2 on right there. Now, granted, they'd have been at first and second, but you had the opportunity to maybe play another run out of it and trim the lead a little bit more. But great, outstanding play right there. Well, and you had one from third base as well, the line out before. So the left side of the infield did their business for the Sportsmen in that inning.
Yeah, and they were able to make it work and get into the 6th inning, still with a 4-run lead. 8-4 our score. I'll tell you here that after this game is wrapped up, we have 2 more games today. We will say weather permitting. We do know more rain's on the way, but this was the key. This is the key game to get in, as we've said already. That regardless of what happens after this, winner of this game is the pool champion. So they will look at then. Fort Smith still will have 1 game. They'll have the game against Forsyth, but that result will not matter if they win this game. And they are now 6 outs away from doing it, and you can hear in our microphones that the wind is really
picking up,
howling now. No question about it. And the Sportsmen will actually be at the top of the order. So, ironically, who's the first 2 hitters of the inning? The first 2, the fielders that made the great plays last inning. The third baseman and the shortstop.
Well, they tell us we have a little bit of weather to the west of the city, which may or may not skirt the edge of town here, so we'll find out what happens. But like we say, we're in the 6th, trying to get this one in.
Yeah, and maybe a decent chance. Here's a pop foul, and that were a pop fly ball. That one's even against the wind had some carry to it.
That had a lot of carry to it.
And the wind was blowing right against it, and the right fielder, that was probably a tougher play than it looked, but he was able to make it for the first out of the inning.
Well,
nice play out there.
The wind, you kind of feel like the wind is coming from right field, coming our direction. So without that wind, I think Luke Wyatt would have given that a little bit more of a ride.
Yeah. There's Morgan to the plate now. First pitch is in there for a strike. Bryce today has singled. He also reached base earlier in the game. Did pop out to right in the 3rd. Next pitch down low, and the count evens 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Yeah, we kind of look off to the southwest. We can definitely see some dark clouds, some rain clouds.
You see a wall of rain to the west there. It just depends on where where it's going to hit the city. We, of course, are on the extreme northern part of the city. You never know where that's going to skirt by.
Well, to put it in perspective for everybody, how far north in the city are we? There are foul balls that will leave this park and leave the city limits. I mean, the city limit is literally just behind the first base dugout here. 3-1 pitch is in there for a strike, and the count goes full 3-2. Payoff pitch on the way.
Ooh, just missed. Just missed.
So ball 4. And a base runner for Fort Smith here in the top of the 6th inning.
Broussard is going to be the batter. He has had an adventure today. He's got a hit, got a couple of hits as a matter of fact. Had a hit back in the 3rd, a hit in the 4th.
First pitch will be outside. 1-0. So yeah, if you're the sportsman here, and again knowing that your time is starting to wind down in the ball game, you know, a long inning is not the worst thing that could happen here. I mean, still about 20 minutes left.
Well, the sportsmen they would try to drag this inning out, and then actually a long bottom of the 6th could run the clock out for them, but it also could be Willard bats for a long time. They could get back in the game.
Yeah. You know, sometimes I think, and I'm a guy to I always like speculating on situations. That's it drives my wife crazy, by the way. But the fact of the matter is, you're still playing straight up. Here's another hard hit ball to right field, and this time the center fielder will come over to take it for the 2nd out of the inning. And again, I think, Tom, that's a ball that without the wind may be a gap shot.
Yep, probably gets out there. Rollins will come up.
You know, Rollins today reached on a fielder's choice. He also singled earlier, I believe.
Single and a couple. He's on twice on with a fielder's choice.
Yeah. So been on all 3 times. First pitch. That one misses, ball 1. See the score there, 8-4. Sportsman on top. Both these teams undefeated in the Hillcrest pool. And really, neither team's really been challenged so far in this pool, except when they played each other here.
Yep.
So this is kind of one of those situations that you got your top 2 teams here, and we mentioned the battle. And again, we haven't had a lot of time to check the other scores. I mean, we mentioned earlier, I think that Kickapoo has qualified out of the Republic pool. In fact, we may try to grab some scores and see what else is going on, because we had a chance to cover the Clever pool yesterday, and they were in for some interesting games today that would determine that winner.
Well, Clever was 1-1, and Herrick
was
Memorial was 1-1.
Nixa was 2-0.
Nixa was the strong team after the first day there.
Yeah, and Nixa and Clever were playing one of the early games over there today. So a lot of interesting games today to find out who's going to be in the Final 4. Pop up on the left side of the infield. Third baseman will camp and catch for the final out of the inning. They work around the 1-out walk as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. It is still the Sportsman 8 and Willard 4. Forsgren Sportsman, again, Double-A from the Fort Smith area. Were runner-up in Arkansas last year. Their Triple-A team won the American Legion there. Then, and you knew this was going to be a good game, because then you've got Willard, who has won a couple state championships in high school baseball, including the one just a month ago.
Even though you don't have all the components of those teams, you know, not all those players are still part of it, but you've got a few that have come off that championship team, so that gives you something to build off of. And you know, you think about it. Now, here's the situation, Scott. According to my clock, we've got roughly under 20 minutes to go. So Willard needs to get back in this, but then, you know, honestly, the way they need to, if you don't think you can score 4 or 5 here to get it done, and you think you need 2 more trips, you need a quick up and down, and then you need to allow the Sportsman to bat in the top of the 7th, so you get 2 more chances at it.
Yeah, and I think with 19 minutes, at least according to my watch left, I think we're probably in pretty good shape to go to the complete 7 here.
Yeah, unless Willard spends a lot of time in this
Exactly.
in this at bat. Yeah,
and we have seen situations where that has happened before. So, and Willard will come up this inning with the bottom half of their order. They'll have Moore, Wynn, and Gayer coming up, 7, 8, 9.
Well, Ben Brooks is still on the mound and has gone the distance so far for the Sportsman, and I have him at, let's see, 40, 55, 72. I have him at 83 pitches so far, so he's thrown quite a bit.
So we will see how and if Willard can take advantage of some of that here in this inning.
Here's Landon Moore.
First pitch is going to be outside, ball 1.
Well, you do one of two things if you're Willard. You try to attack early, get on, score your runs as quick as you can, or realize that this could be your last chance around and you drag it out.
You just, put, I guess the way you do it, put all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah.
2-0 pitch is in there for a strike of the knees, and the count 2-1.
Well, if they get a couple of base runners, this is going to push him over the 100 pitch limit. But now that ground ball should quickly change things.
That's a 4-3 put out for the first out of the inning. Just got the other scoreboard up here, and let me, as soon as my phone gets back to where it was here, a second. Yeah. This is what you like about technology. Try to find a score and it gives you a weather radar instead. No, I know what the weather is doing, and I don't want to know that anymore. Here's the first pitch of this at-bat to Mark Wynn, who is 0 for 2 today, and that's ball 1. Follow-up pitch. Big swing and a miss to even the count at 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, it's looking like if Willard, depending on what Wynn does here, but the chances of Willard putting this thing, getting back in this inning are probably slim, so they're going to take it to the bottom of the 7th more than likely.
Well, here's one for you. Nixa has beat Clever 10-9 in 8 innings.
Oh, wow.
In that, the opening game of the day over there. That's the only score we've got from there. Again, they were delayed starting, but that puts Nixa at 3-0 in pool play, and Nixa will actually get to play Herrick again. They'll play them in a game this afternoon. That's how they seed them. Remember, they had to seed that one. Here's a ground ball to the pitcher, and that's going to be 2 quick outs here in the inning. I guess it doesn't really matter the difference what the time is if you're not scoring.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, like I said, Willard, with the time working against them, if they could have gotten a couple of runs here and done it real quickly and then gotten out of the inning and forced the Sportsman to come up. Of course, there's always the possibility the Sportsman will come up in the 7th and tack on more. You never know.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any difference since they're visiting team.
Yeah.
So it looks like we'll go the distance in this one, and Willard will have one more opportunity. But right now, the Sportsman really has it in control. Really, the last inning was really a telltale sign when Willard actually hit 2 balls really well last inning, and they were all for outs.
Yep, line drive outs. 1-1 now on Mason Gayer.
He's 0 for 2 today. Pitch, off speed, stays inside, and it's 2-1. 2 balls and a strike, 2 down in the inning. And the pitch, fly ball foul, and that will leave the city on the right side.
Now, if we're on a golf course, you walk the rough to find golf balls. Here, you walk the rough to find baseballs.
That's right. Can you imagine some guy coming out of the woods and with a dozen baseballs in his hand, and he goes, or they sell them and go, wait a minute, I recognize these balls. Here's a payoff pitch, and that's going to be at the knee, strike 3. And that's a 3-up, 3-down inning as we go to the 7th inning. And it will be Fort Smith coming up with the 5, 6, 7 hitters in the order. And the score remains the Sportsman 8 and Willard 4.
Well, and having finished that inning, and it depends on whether Ben Brooks comes out again, but he's right. I think I have him around 97, 98 pitches now, so we'll see what he does.
Yeah. And a lot of that may depend on what happens this inning, too. Yeah. If Fort Smith's able to tack on a couple runs, maybe you bring him back. If not, then you do that. And you can keep in mind, even though even though in the scheme of things it doesn't really matter, they do have another game to play.
Yeah, they got to turn right back around and play here in about a half an hour.
Yeah, they will play Forsyth. And as we've already laid out for you, if Fort Smith holds on to win the game, the Sportsmen will be the pool champion of this, and then they will punch a ticket to the semifinals tomorrow.
Which, if they know that going in, whoever they throw in this next game, and I'm not saying it derogatorily, but you may reach down a little deeper and just let somebody else throw. Doesn't matter if you win or if you lose or whatever. And if you need to save a really good arm for tomorrow, which that's what you're thinking about, needing that extra good arm for tomorrow, you may not throw, which is your number 4 pitcher or wherever you would be at this. And of course,
right,
at this level, when you've only got 12 or 13 players, half of them have to be pitchers. I mean, they just have to be.
So leading off the inning for the Sportsmen is Caden Fox. He's the first baseman, and the first pitch misses, ball 1. 8-4. Forsgren Sportsmen on top of the Willard Ball Club. Next pitch is in there for a strike, and the count even, 1-1. Ground ball back to the pitcher. Kind of had to move the glove a little bit to get it, but is able to scoop it over to first for 1 out.
And several back to the mound outs this afternoon.
Josh Notori's up to the plate now. He has walked once, struck out once, and grounded out. 0 for 2. Big swing on the first one for a strike. For all the success they've had, the Sportsmen have not scored since the 4th inning, but they haven't really needed to. The Willard's just been able to knock one off the lead in those innings.
Yeah, they tacked those runs up there early and then kind of made them stick. Willard came back in the bottom of 5 to get a single run.
He is in there for a strike. It's 1-2.
Watney having a little bit of difficulty locating that one. He thought he had a ball, but it was a strike.
Josh Watney down to the count, 1-2. Pitch. Swung at and missed, and he is struck out for the second time today. 2 down, and that will bring in Colton Payton, the right fielder.
Hit by a pitch, drew a walk, grounded out early. So we will get to the bottom of 7. There's no question about that. And it may come quicker than we thought. However, this is a pretty slow roller.
Yep, he's going to get him, though. Just
did
barely
he get him?
at first base.
Oh, what a stretch.
Final out of the inning.
What a stretch.
What a stretch, and a good play by the shortstop to get there. 3 up, 3 down. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning, and it is still the Sportsmen leading Willard 8-4, and Willard's last chance coming up. So we get the full 7 in, and the way the time limit works, we would even if we had hit the time limit in the top of the inning, they still would have had it.
We'd have finished it out.
Yeah, so we're going to do that anyway, and I don't know how these other pools are going, and what are some of these other teams are doing, but I gotta believe that Willard is a decent chance to be the wild card.
Well, here's the other thing. I'm not sure if it's total runs scored, what they're going to use is those early tiebreakers. But the fact that they put up 10 a while ago, you get a double-digit game, that kind of helps you.
And I think they got maybe both of them were double digits yesterday.
Yeah.
So I think that they will. And again, it's all record. I mean, this is one of those pools that you're going to have a possible. And again, we can't count the next game as a win yet because Sportsman still got to play Forsyth the next game. But if they were to come out victorious in that game, it would be a 4-0. But even if they did, you got a pair of 3-1 teams.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to look at that and see how the other teams win in the other brackets and see how that happens. But whoever the wild card is will join, quite likely, the Sportsmen. We know Kickapoo has already won their way into that.
It sounds like Nix is working their way out of that one probably.
And that's going to be interesting, though. So if Nix stays undefeated there, and I don't know, Herrick has still got to play Glendale today. But there's a possibility those two teams could split in pool play. Then what do you do?
Yeah.
That gets interesting because the way they had to do it with the 14 pool, they had to someone who's going to play twice.
Yeah.
And of course, that's only a factor if Herrick's able to beat Glendale today. Nothing in one the count here. A bunt down the line. This is going to be a good one, and it'll be a base hit.
Tell you what, he really caught him off guard. Didn't show bunt on the first pitch, came back, reached above his shoulders and pushed it back down. Got a nice charge out of the third baseman, got a good glove on it, but as he came up, had just a little juggle problem making the transition to the throwing hand, and that was just enough for Kyle Beeman to leg it out and get down to first base, and that is exactly what Willard had to have to start this seventh inning.
Had to get the leadoff man on. They were able to do it.
Cade Byler
at the plate now, and he's going to ground into the hole. That's going to be a base hit.
Going to hold him at second.
Yep, Willard, the first two on. Again, this is just station-to-station baseball right now for Willard. So yes, there's still a lot to be played, but guess what? The tying run's now on deck for Willard.
Well, and here's the situation. If and I'm kind of old school on this. If I was in the bottom of the order here and I had didn't have my power hitters in position, I might consider bunting over and getting those two in scoring position with nobody out. But now that you got your 3-4 hitters coming up, you're going to have to swing with them. You're going to have to do it.
And keep in mind, if you're at the bottom of the order, even you would get an out there, that would still get you closer to the top.
Top of the order.
Where but you're already there now, so you really don't need to. And he was trying to make it a one-run game right there. Was Campbellton.
Cooper Hampton had nothing in his mind except trying to put it over that yellow stripe on that left field wall out there.
Yeah. Well, and Hampton's got the good stuff to show for it. He's got a couple of hits today. Oh, couldn't pull the trigger on that one, and it was at the knees for strike two. So now he goes into protection mode.
He'd like to look at that one more time.
Yeah.
Well, and here you've got your pitcher, Ben Brooks, is out on the mound. He's over 100 pitches now.
Yeah, watch for the all-speed pitch here to try to get him to chase. And he cranked one out, and that one's going to be caught in left field. And
he dropped it.
In left field. So that's going to score one. Here comes the runner to third. He will be safe, and all of a sudden, Willard in business. And I didn't see what happened. I just saw
it just came off the tip of the glove. He couldn't quite get to it. It was a hit. It's a hit, you know.
So a double for Hamilton, and then all of a sudden Willard in business here. And
way in business. I mean, way in business. You're down. Oh, they put the score up in the top of the seventh. It should be in the bottom. It should be in the bottom of the seventh. We are now 8-5 is what we are. The scoreboard's not reflecting that, but we've got.
Yeah, scoreboard. Our scoreboard's right here. 8-5 is the score right now.
Now they've corrected the scoreboard here as well.
Yeah.
Now here's what happens now. You have nobody out, and that was it. That's going to be it for Brooks. He's done, and I think they're going to bring the center fielder in. I think that's Nowotny. Looks like Nowotny's going to come in. I think he's coming in from center field. We'll look and see on the number here. See if that's him. Nope. I was wrong. Yes, it is Nowotny. Nowotny comes in from center. He'll pitch. But now here's the dilemma really facing the Sportsmen. You know, they've pulled within 3. They've got 2 in scoring position. There's nobody out. And you got your power hitter coming up right here. So all of a sudden, this changed on a dime.
Yeah. Hulgren, Bushnell coming up in the next 2 spots. And again, you've got nobody out in the inning, and the other side of this is that you can't really put them on because then you bring the winning run to the plate.
No, you've got to pitch straight up to these guys.
Yeah, if there's ever a position where being down 3 runs in the last inning is not the worst thing that could happen with what you got coming up. Willard's in that situation right now. I mean, they've definitely got the ability now.
Well, and
to get back in this thing.
Well, and the key too here is Nowotny, and he looks like he's really got some strong stuff right here. But you've got to make that guy come in relief, and you got to make him throw you strikes to get it started. You can be a little, selective in what you go up here looking for. But his warm-up pitches are very impressive here. Of course, he hasn't thrown to a batter yet. But Willard can be, with nobody out, they can be extremely picky. And, of course, with Bushnell being on deck, Holtgren is the first man up, then Bushnell. So you've got back-to-back guys that could potentially put this ball deep into play for him.
So the situation is that it's 8-5.
Well, and I'm going to tell you, and the thing I want to point, the double that came off of the bat of Hampton, the left fielder, he was streaking trying to get to it, and the wind was a big factor. That wind kept moving that ball away from him, so it wasn't like it was a playable. It was a somewhat playable, but, he's got the body extended and just can barely get to it.
Well, and the way the wind is blowing, a ball to right field is getting held up, but a ball to left field will get pushed away, and that's exactly what happened there. And in that happening, that forced him to get it. And let's give Hampton some credit. He did crush the ball. but it's a ball that probably stays in play and is maybe a little bit. I don't think it had the distance, but it certainly would have been an easier play without the wind.
Well, what you don't want out of your pitcher now is you don't want him to overthrow. You don't want one in the dirt. You want him, you want him to stay within himself, because one in the dirt's going to plate a run, put another man at third. So right now, there's a chess game right now. There really is.
1-0 pitch on the way. That
There's
one gets away.
I just
that
told
one's
you.
And that's going to get Willard within 2.
Just exactly what he didn't need to do there was to overthrow a little bit. Makes it an 8-6 game. You put the 7th run down at third base, and barring just any kind of disaster by the offense, they're going to find a way to get that run home from third. Now the question is, how do you get that 8th run around the base paths?
Yeah. Well, and if you're the sportsman here, you're telling you don't really care about the runner at third. You basically you get 3 outs at the plate, you still win the game, no matter what happens at third. That
Almost
one,
again.
Yeah, but a good stop bite there, and right now the count's 3-0.
Yeah, see, Nowotny's come in, and his warm-up pitches that I was so impressed with, he hasn't thrown any one of those yet. He's thrown 3 really low balls, one skipping away.
So the count 3 balls, no strikes.
And he has to find a strike. He has got to find a strike. You cannot put that 8th run on base.
And he did.
He did.
Came with a perfect. That was one of the warm-up pitches you saw earlier.
Well, he
right
did.
there.
I mean, he threw 6 or 7 warm-up pitches that the catcher's glove never moved. So he needed to go back to that.
And needs to again. Here's the 3-1 pitch on the way.
Nope.
Way upstairs and outside, ball 4. And the tying run is now on base, and the winning run is at the plate. And who should be the winning run but Owen Bushnell, who has a home run in this ball game?
Well, and here's my situation. I now need to find a way to get Holtgren over to second base. Now, I don't know whether he's a speedster that can steal it on his own, what you're going to do. I don't know that you would substitute and put some speed in there right now. You probably want him in case you go extra innings. Mm-hmm. But now, if I'm Willard, I find a way to get him over to second base somehow. And are we going to make a pitching change again? Yes, we are.
Wow.
So Nowotny was in there for just a couple of situations. And
just that one hitter.
Just a one hitter, that's right. And it looks like that Caden Fox is coming in to switch from a first baseman's glove to a pitching glove, and he's going to go take the mound. And I would imagine, I don't know if Nowotny will go over to first or who will go where. No, we're going to bring somebody from the outfield to first, and Nowotny's going to go back to the outfield. But this will now be Caden Fox that will be asked to come in and throw some strikes. And he's a little stiff, and he's going to loosen up just a little bit. Now with Willard, I'm going to tell you, Willard, they're in the catbird seat right now. You've got the 7th run. You got the 7th run at third base. You got the tying run at first. You got nobody out. You got a new pitcher coming in. You're going to ask him to have control.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to have a lot of situations here. Willard could find a way to squeeze something out here.
Well, and the other thing to consider here, I'm going to look at my watch here. We're at the time limit.
So we're done.
Here's the deal. If this game ends in this inning and we're tied, the game ends.
It's
in a tie.
over. It's over.
It could be a tie game, and then it gets really interesting to go through all the tiebreakers. Then all of a sudden the Forsyth game against Forsyth becomes a lot more important because they're going to have to hit some benchmarks.
Now they've got to do some things. Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a lot.
Because you would have Willard at 3-0-1, and you would have the Sportsman at 2-0-1.
Right. So obviously they have to win the game.
They'd have to win the game.
But then they even have to figure out how to break the tie and get them up. So that would be very, very interesting. But of course, here's what Willard's focused on. They're focused on getting three's the key number. Willard wants 3 runs, or the Sportsman want 3 outs. Period.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And whichever one of those happens first is how the game will end. And again, Bushnell coming to the plate. Bushnell not only has the home run, but he also had an infield single earlier. Back in the 5th inning, and that knocked in a run as well. So he has 3 RBIs today. He's had a good day.
Well, I'm not an expert, but that home run he hit earlier, the wind was not doing what it's doing now, and we're feeling the wind right into our nose. So if he pulls it to left, he's going to get a little help. He's going to get, he's a right-handed hitter. Chances are he's not going to hit it to right field deep. But if he hits it to left field deep, he can win the ball game right here. Or what he really wants more than anything else, got to get that first guy home from third, got to advance that guy from first to second.
And get himself on base, too. That would be just as good right here. So here we go. Still nobody on in the inning. 2 runs home for Willard, and the first pitch is going to be at letter high for a strike.
Fox got what he needed right there.
Got ahead in the count. 0-1. He's going to step out here for just a second. and come back in. Runners at the corner, but nothing fancy happening on the bases here. Everything's at the plate. All focus is on the plate here. Stretch. And the pitch. Fly ball, that's going to curl foul down the right field line, and it's 2 strikes. So now your approach at the plate completely changes because now you have to go in protection mode. At the same time, if you're the pitcher, this is almost always the time you're going to see something off speed or something to try to get him to chase.
Well, here's your power hitter, the guy with the home run, but there's a part of me that before he got the 2 strikes, I would have thought, can I sacrifice, can I suicide my guy from third and get my guy to second?
Yeah.
But you hate to give up your power hitter to do that.
Here's the 0-2 pitch on the way, and that one's going to be outside, but that's not going to score the runner from second or third, but the runner to goes to second, and that's exactly what they needed.
Yep, you had to find a way to get that guy down to second base, and now everything changes for Bushnell. Now he finds a gap. We've tied the ball game.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and right now you don't have to power it. What's more important for Willard, if he can get on somehow, then that is the winning run at the plate, and you still got other hitters to get him in.
And nobody's out.
Here is the 1-2 pitch on the way. That went outside, and the count evens 2-2.
Well, and here's what happens. Fox at 2-2, he can waste a pitch here potentially and still keep it away from him. But if he goes full, he's got to bring that payoff pitch later.
And the pitch, that one's going to be way outside, and the count goes full 3-2.
Here's your pitch of the game right here as far as what's going to transpire over the next couple of batters. If he pushes Bushnell down to first base and loads it, could have a completely different outlook defensively and offensively.
Payoff pitch on the way. That one swung in and missed for strike 3.
What a timely strikeout for Caden Fox right there.
Caden Fox, that was the moment of this game so far, but still 2 outs for Willard to play with here, and here's Cooper Wilson. He is 0 for 3 today. But keep in mind, the last time up, he hit the ball extremely hard. They're going to put him on.
Going to put him on to set it up. Kind of a smart play.
Yeah.
Kind of a smart play, yeah.
And you think about that. Yes, that is the winning run there, but here's what it also does. It also sets you up for a double play to end the game.
And you're now down. You're at the 7, 8, 9 hitters to go, and you've got Landon Moore comes up. He has a strikeout, a walk, and a ground out, followed by Mark Wynn, who has
He was 0 for 3 as
0
well.
for 3 as well.
First pitch, in there for a strike at the knees, 0-1. So you were right. That was the key moment of the game right there, because now you've got the bottom of the order up for Willard.
Fox and Fox has got to be careful not to put it in the dirt. Oh, look at this.
Right to the second baseman, and
double play.
Is the double play to end the game.
What a way to end the game. What a way to end the game.
Wow. So a line out to second. Good play by the second baseman. And it looked like the runner almost got back, but he was just too far off the bag.
Well, and the runner at second, you had to move. You were moving. And the bases are loaded. You had to move on contact, and it just got him just far enough away. And that really decided what a way to end this ball game. Woo!
So the Fort Scranton Sportsmen hold on to win this one 8-6, and that also puts them in the semifinals tomorrow, as they have won by the fact that they'll have the tiebreaker. Even if they were to fall in this next game, they'll have the tiebreaker over Willard. And so they will be the pool champions for the Hillcrest pool. And so the Sportsmen will punch their ticket to the semifinals tomorrow. Final score in this game, 8-6. It was a dandy game. It's one of the better games of the tournament. Give a lot of credit for Willard to making a comeback, and Willard's tournament may not be done. I got to believe, I don't know what's happening in other tournaments, but I believe they're going to have a shot at that wild card, depending on what some of the other records are. And so they may get an opportunity to continue play. But we do know that the Sportsmen have now joined Kickapoo in that semifinal matchup that will actually be right here at Hillcrest tomorrow. Well, Tom, it's been a wild day, but after all we've been through today, that was kind of a treat for us.
That was a fun game to watch. It really was.
Fun game to watch, one of the better games of the tournament, and I think 2 of the better teams in the tournament played here today in the Sportsmen and Willard. It's the Sportsmen that come out on top as they win this one by a final score of 8-6. That's going to do it for us. We'll be back in just a while with the next game of our series here today will be the Sportsmen, trying to come down off of that high and get ready for another game as they have Forsyth coming up here in just a bit. So for Tall Mast, I'm Scott McCauley. We'll talk to you again soon here at Hillcrest. Yes. It's SABA, SABA, and I can't remember. It's baseball.org. Yeah, SABA-baseball.org. Yeah. Or you can go on YouTube. So
every year the Cardinals were in, when the Royals were in, all back in the 80s.
I'm in school for sports broadcasting, so I ask a lot.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Are you done at Summersville yet, or are you still in school again next year?
I'm done. I graduated.
Okay.
Pull up the sun back down now.
I'm going to dry everything out. Get steamy.
You touched on.
Told him the final, yeah. He told me Kickapoo was beating Rolla Brown. Kickapoo final 10-2 over Rolla.
How you doing, Byron?
Doing good. How are you?
Good. Good. Yes, we'd love a copy of that. Thank you, sir. You got first and last names on there?
Yes, I do.
I appreciate that.
Have you already decided? Are you home?
No.
No. Okay.
You said you need another one?
No, one will be good. All right, that'd be
All right,
perfect.
sounds good.
Appreciate it.
No problem.
There was actually a boy that played for the Clever team that is originally from Summersville.
Oh, really? Read off his starting numbers.
3, 29, 16, 27, 11, 18, 30.
Oop, wait, 1830.
Yeah. 24, 10, 25. College. You know, I copy that. Put that in a second.
163. 479. 285. What kind of year did Forsyth have this year?
Well, their record wasn't very good, but they did win the district. They started out. Started out with they were like 15-4 at one time. Then they had a couple of injuries and just hit a horrible slump where they won like 2 times in like 3 weeks. But they got the number 1 seed in the district because they beat Hartville, who was the other good team. But they got it pulled together in the district. They rallied to beat Mansfield in the semis, and then beat Hartville for the championship, and then went and lost at Lynn in the sectional. Lynn eventually finished second.
Yeah.
But they were pretty good. Their record was fairly reflective of the talent, but it was just a situation where they got off to a great start, got all the breaks for the first half of the season, got none of the breaks in the second half of the season, and were able to squeeze a couple out. But a lot of those youngsters that are on that roster, he's not pitching. This Hunter kid is a really good pitcher.
Is he?
Yeah.
Braxton Gross. That's 2 Braxtons in one day.
Oh, well, Glendale beat the post team.
Did they really?
So they're
They could be 2. They didn't win 2 to go 2-2. But they went 0-2 yesterday.
no, we're talking Herrick.
Oh, Herrick.
So Herrick is 1 and 2.
1 and 2. Yeah.
So Nixon's got that wrapped up then.
Yeah.
Because Clever's 1 and 2, and Glendale's 1 and 2. Now, so Nixon's got that full wrapped up. And let's see what else is. I'm trying to see these other scores here. Oh wait. Ozark has still got to play 2 games, and Ozark. What did they do yesterday? ask Ryan if they know who home team is yet? Gotcha. Thank you.
He said he will definitely make some lineup changes.
Okay.
Nowotny.
Scott, I'm going to give you numbers.
Okay.
All right, you ready?
Yep.
Going down the left. 5, 3, 4.
5, 3, 4.
16, 17, 12, 20, 15, 10.
Okay.
Then positions if you want them.
Yep.
8, 6, 7, 3, 5, 9, DH, 2, 4.
Okay, do we know who their pitcher is?
Yeah, it'll be number 14, Cider. I don't know what his first name is.
I'll give it here in just a second. Hayden Sider.
Hayden?
Yeah.
Why does that not surprise me? All right. And I'll give you their names here as soon as I write mine down.
Yeah,
they're the home team, though.
Yeah.
So, okay, so it's Wyatt Morgan Broussard.
Okay, you're just giving me the last names?
Last names right now, yeah.
That's fine. Wyatt
Morgan and Broussard.
Broussard.
Then it's Rollins, Fox, and Nowotny.
Okay.
Then it is Brooks, England, Gifford, and then Insider's your pitcher. 2015 10. 2015 10.
Okay.
And let's see, I'm going to go 8, 6, 7, 3, 5, 9, DH, 2, 4. Wyatt Morgan.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and fire up. We welcome you to the Hill, as we call it in Springfield, Hillcrest High School, the baseball field for Game 4 of 5 here today in the Hillcrest pool. It is the Force Grid, the Sportsmen out of Fort Smith, Arkansas, taking on the Forsyth Panthers. I'm Scott McCauley. Tom Mast is alongside. Here's a couple of things that we know coming into this game. We do know that Fort Smith, the Sportsmen, have already clinched the title in this side of pool play. They did that by their victory over Willard earlier, and no matter what happens in this game, whether it's a win for Fort Smith or Forsyth, they would win the tiebreaker with Willard, so they have that. For Forsyth, they've got 2 more games left in this pool, and we're going to have a foul ball to start the game. We'll give you the starting lineups first for Forsyth. We'll go ahead and give that to you right now, as the Panthers, their school ball team, was a district champion in Class 3 this past year. Keegan Etheridge is the pitcher who leads it off. Tristan Hunter is the shortstop batting second. Aaron Gross is the first baseman batting third. Easton Day is at second batting fourth. Phoenix Maloney is the left fielder batting fifth. Colton Wisenhunt, the right fielder, bats sixth. Braxton Gross, the catcher, bats seventh. Tyler Strahan, the center fielder, bats eighth. Dylan Jennings is the third baseman batting ninth, and Jared Walls will be the extra hitter for Forsyth. The count at the plate is 1 ball and 1 strike as we're just underway at this game around 4:38.
Tell you how we run this holiday tournament as we watch this ball get down for a single off of the bat of Etheridge. We started on the first pitch that went foul, and we only had 1 umpire on the field. The second umpire
we were ready to go.
We were ready to play baseball, and the home plate umpire said, we're playing. So we got started a little early there.
Well, we got the game started early, but the time got started late due to the fact that we had we had a little bit of a delay. We've had some interesting games today. Of course, the last game was maybe one of the best games of the tournament so far. Certainly, probably one of the best games that Tom and I have had the opportunity to see so far in the tournament. That the Sportsmen held off Willard 8-6. Here, top of the first inning, Etheridge at first, and Tristan Hunter, the shortstop, is up to the plate, and a throw to first. As I said, of course, folks, well, folks certainly, if you're watching in South Missouri, knows my home territory is the Branson Tri-Lakes region, and Forsyth, one of the schools, so very familiar with Forsyth. They had an outstanding school ball season this year, winning the district championship. Got a lot of young talent, including some of them you're seeing here today. And I know that Byron Richardson, their coach, will be using this summer to really get the team in focus and keep them going forward as they move forward and continue to build on last year's district championship. 2-0 the count at the plate to Tristan Hunter. Stretch and pitch. That one is down low and actually bounces in front of the plate and is blocked. It's 3-0. And we mention this, and we want to be very careful how we mention this because we don't mean any disrespect to Forsyth or anybody else, but with the Sportsmen already having their spot in the semifinals clinched, this game probably a little bit of a different approach to them.
It's almost, I don't want to call it a practice game, but, you're trying to experiment, do a little bit, and they're going to walk the second man up.
Well, and here's the other thing to keep in mind. They have just won a very emotional game. I mean, that was a very if you weren't on for the stream for that game, Willard went into the inning trailing 8-5. They end up getting they get the winning run to the plate. They had the bases loaded and nobody out. They got a strikeout and then got a line drive double play to end the game. And the final score was 8-6 as the Sportsmen held on to beat Willard in just an outstanding game. And frankly, both the Sportsmen and Willard have been pretty dominant in this pool. So definitely the two best teams in the pool to this point.
We know that the Sportsmen are coming out and wouldn't be surprised to see Willard come out as a wild card as well.
Here's the pitch. This is up to the plate. Aaron Gross, the first baseman, and it misses inside, ball one. Runners at first and second as Forsyth off to a good start in this one. Here's the pitch. That one's going to be low, and it's 2-0. Sider is the pitcher for the Sportsman, and he's actually going to have a conversation with the catcher. England will come out. And again, if you're the Sportsman, you don't want to fall back. I mean, you want to play hard. You want to still do things right.
And we don't know where Sider is in their pitching rotation, where he is on the pecking order. He could be the number 5. He could be the number 9. You don't know. But like you said, Scott, in a game right now that they don't have to win, you're not about to use an arm that you need tomorrow. When you get into the semifinals.
Yeah. Or the other side of that is it kind of goes the other way too. This one's in the dirt. Runner from second's going to try to go to third, and he will be there safely. In fact, the ball kicks into the outfield, but doesn't go far enough. It actually, I think, hit the side and bounces back, and that'll keep him at third base.
Well, he had a stolen base on that, and then the throw didn't advance anybody. But both runners do move from first and second down to second and third.
Yeah. And
Forsyth is in business right here with a 3-0 count.
That's right. Aaron Gross with Easton Day, the cleanup hitter, on deck.
Yeah, Seifert's having just a little bit of location problem here early on.
3-0 swing, and he hits it to center field. Ball is caught, and he's not going anywhere.
Look at that throw.
And probably that's the reason now he probably, if he was down the line a little bit, might have been able to score, but they had it backed up, and they decide not to take the chance. So that's going to be a long fly ball out. But how about the green light 3-0 there?
Well, on the throw, too, here, Seifert, the pitcher, he really didn't get where he needed to be to back up that play. He was still trotting behind home plate, and he really, had he not been there, Forsyth would have trotted home from third with a run. But you're right, a green light 3-0 right there.
Easton Day, the cleanup hitter at the plate. 2 on, 1 out now in the inning. First pitch upstairs, ball one. So here's a couple of the other things we know as we kind of update you and get caught up on the tournament. I believe, if I've read all the results correctly, that we now know the 3 pool champions. That just the wild card is to be determined. And with the fact that Nixa beat Clever 10-9 today in the Clever pool, and then Glendale knocks off Herrig, that means that Nixa with a 3-0 mark is, and everyone else sitting at 1 and 2. Nixa has clinched that. Here is a pass ball, gets by the catcher, and that's going to be the first run of the game for Forsyth. So the Panthers will jump out here to a 1-0 lead.
And we're going to go out and have a little conversation at the mound.
And I'm not sure we're going to have a.
That won't be a huddle. It'll just be the coach and the pitcher and the catcher here to talk about it. But, yeah, I kind of feel like he's overthrowing just a little bit, trying a little hard, pushing a little hard, and by doing that, the ball's going down. He's going down. And when you hit the dirt, so to speak, or the artificial dirt here, the spring off of this turf is, it's hard for catchers to block. It really is.
And that was a pretty quick conversation there, as they were not going to take too long to get that one figured out. I think it's just relax. I mean, basically relax and just stay within yourself. Here's a ground ball to third.
It's going to be a long throw.
He will get him, though, at first base. Nice play, but that will score Forsyth's second run of the game. So the ground out, RBI, as Day will get credit for that, and Forsyth able to cash in on the 2 walks. And they have an early 2-0 lead here, and that'll bring in Phoenix Maloney, who is the left fielder. Now bases empty. First pitch is at the knees and just below the knees for ball 1.
So this is a good start for Forsyth here.
Next pitch on the way. Again, there will be one more game after this in this pool, and that'll be Forsyth playing Hillcrest. Hillcrest got a 6-0 win earlier today against Lebanon. Willard and a 10-0 winner over Lebanon. That's the other pool play games here today. We have had a variety of weather. This site has been a perfect microcosm for Ozarks weather today. We have had a little bit of everything.
It's been cold, it's been rainy, it's been windy, it's now sunny and muggy. We've seen a little bit of everything.
You're right. 3 balls and a strike to Maloney. And the pitch. Line drive. That'll be a base hit to left field. So the Panthers have their second hit of the game. And Wisenhut now to the plate. So the Panthers with their 6th man coming up. And again, the other side of this coin is, you got Forsyth here wanting to win their first game of pool play.
Yeah, they were 0-2 to start the day. If they could get to 1-2 and then come back in the nightcap and beat Hillcrest.
Yeah,
2-2 is a whole lot better than 1-3 or 0-4.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pardon for that, but we had a foul ball hit directly at us.
3 feet behind this this twine net that would stop it.
Luckily, it was on the fence, so I'd like to say they were hitting at you, but they know me, so that might have been aiming for me.
It might have been aiming for you.
Yeah. Nothing in 1 the count to Wisenhut.
Boy, just a lot of wind coming in from right field right now.
And the pitch, off speed, will be fouled back. So really a good recovery for Sider after the slow start. He now is a strike away from getting out of the inning with only the 2 runs scored, the 2 runners he put on with the hit and the walk. And I'll have an opportunity to get out of it. We do know that the sportsmen can hit, so they'll have their work cut out. Here's a ground ball. It goes back to the pitcher. He's able to scoop it and throw in time for the final out of inning number 1. 2 runs home for Forsyth in the inning. 2 runs on 2 hits. And there was a runner left. As we go to the bottom of the first, it's Forsyth 2 and the Fort Scrin Sportsmen from Fort Smith, Arkansas coming to the plate. Let me give you their batting order here for you. Luke Wright will be leading it off. He will bat first, batting second, and he's the center fielder, by the way. Bryce Morgan is the shortstop batting second. Chance Broussard is the left fielder batting third, and Will Rollins is the first baseman batting fourth. Batting fifth will be Caden Fox. He is the third baseman. Nowotny is the right fielder. He will bat sixth in the number 6 spot. That is Josh Nowotny batting seventh, and the designated hitter, help me with that.
That's Ben Brooks.
Brooks, thank you very much. It wasn't, the only problem is that someone who wrote in this lineup couldn't read his own writing, and of course that was me. So Ben Brooks is the designated hitter batting seventh. Batting eighth will be Cannon England, who's the catcher, and batting ninth and playing second base will be Jacob Griffin. I want to thank the folks at Play It Again Sports as they present our coverage of this annual holiday tournament, the 50th annual. And as we were in our meeting the other day talking about all the stories, Tom, here's the thing. We've got a story to tell now just from today. It has been one of the between 1980 and about 1995, I was involved in most of those tournaments, and we could sit here the rest of the day and tell stories. this one would be up there.
Well,
with all those tournaments that we had back many years ago.
Well, the way that storm blew through before the round even got started today, and just really, fortunately, with an artificial field, it had no impact on being able to play the game. It just kind of messed things up for all of us on the perimeter that were trying to produce the ball game.
Yeah, and it was a challenge, but our friends at Red Line Media Alliance has now got us up and running, and it's probably a good thing that we're getting things figured out for this side, because we do know that the championship round has been moved here tomorrow from Republic. Yeah. The Republic pool actually had to finish at Parkview today. And that also can't change some things in the JV tournament as well. I did look, and you can go to the SABA website to get all this information, but I did read that the way the pools worked out on the JV side, Kickapoo's JV is one of those that's in the championship. And out of the Rogersville pool, they're still determining that winner with some games this afternoon. So a lot to be determined. But on the varsity side, we now have 3 pieces of the puzzle as far as the finals. We actually know all the pool play champions now, even though we still have several games to go for today. Luke Wright will lead it off, the center fielder for the Sportsmen here in the bottom of the first inning.
Yeah, Wyatt, he's been very effective at the leadoff spot today. He goes 1-1.
1-0 pitch is fouled off. Yeah, and he led off the game getting on base. He eventually scored. He also had a hit and another walk in that. So he has been on base already 3 times today. Next pitch is fouled back, and the count 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Keegan Etheridge is the pitcher for Forsyth. Facing Luke Wright. Here's the 1-2 delivery. Pop up on the right side, and that will just sneak out of play.
That's not going to stay in this ballpark.
Yeah. We told the story in the last game for folks that have not been to Hillcrest before, but we are so far on the north side of the Springfield. If a foul ball goes into those woods, it actually leaves the city, because this road that's right out behind this first base dugout is actually the city limit. This is a soft line ball, 1 hopper to second base and over to first in time. That'll be out number 1.
Kind of a slow bouncer there that the second baseman had to come in and charge in on, and that was Easton Day. And made the flip to first and got him, and Bryce Morgan comes up.
This Fort Smith Ball Club in the first game really had, they got off to a good start with getting 2 runs in the first and then eventually put the game away later. Morgan scored a couple of runs in that 8-6 win. First pitch in there for a strike. Tell you what, to tell you how crazy the day has been, it has turned into really a sunny, nice day, just a little bit steamy because of the rain and, of course, the wind. 1 pitch is fouled back. Outside.
Yeah, and the wind becomes just such a factor in pop-ups and fly balls. And
I saw it in the last game.
Well, and to the credit, most of the outfielders today and the infielders have played the pop-ups pretty straightforward.
Another soft bouncer. This is a 1 hopper that's going to be dropped by the third baseman. And I think we're going to have to give that one an error.
He's got an error on that one. Yeah. That one was in his glove, and on the transfer, just didn't do a very good job of holding on to it.
So the error, Jennings, the third baseman today, commits the game's first error, and the Sportsmen have their first base runner. Chance Broussard to the plate now, the left fielder. 2-0 Forsyth. We are just underway here in game 4 of 5 today from this Hillcrest pool. First pitch, an attempted bunt. It's a strike, 0-1.
Broussard didn't pull it back, ran through the look, and gets that first strike.
He had a couple of hits in the last game as well. Next pitch is outside, and the count squares at 1-1. Mentioned it earlier, the dimensions here around 320, 315, 320 down the lines. Maybe around 360 to center here, but they do have a very tall fence. And only 1 home run's been hit here today. Bushnell had that one in the last game for Willard. That was the only one that's left the park so far. That one leaves the park, but it's a foul ball over to the right side, and the count 1-2. 1 down here in the bottom of the first inning.
We were told, Fort Smith had a team playing in the JV rounds here, but they opted to go back home and not continue into the second day. So I don't know what that was all about, but so they're out of the JV pool.
Yeah, what it was about is that the way the results were, they didn't have a chance to win, so they didn't. Because what was going to happen is they were going to play makeup game here late tonight, but there's really no reason with the pool being decided. Yeah, exactly. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Big swing and a miss, and that is out number 2 as Etheridge retires Broussard via the strikeout. And Will Rollins will come to the plate now, the first baseman. Rollins in that last game scored a run. Also got a couple of RBIs. First pitch low and outside, ball 1. First 2 batters got on for Forsyth, and both of them turn around to score. And that's the score right now here as we're winding down here in the first inning. Stretch, pitch, in there, let her high. And the count evens 1-1.
Nice location right there.
1 ball, 1 strike. Check at first. Etheridge looks over there quickly, and then about a marginal lead of the runner at first base there. Here's the pitch. Pop up on the infield. Will that stay in play? It will stay in play. Can it be caught? It will be. First baseman has it for the final out of the inning. So that Forsyth's able to work around the arrow. No runs. That error also leaves 1 runner left on base as we go to the second inning. It is still Forsyth 2 and the Fort Smith's Forest Grin Sportsman nothing.
We do want to thank all of our sponsors so much, especially our good friends at Scrambler's Restaurant here in Springfield. Bill Cox and company do such a great job of making fine meals for everybody every day of the week down there. We thank Scramblers for all of their support in backing the 50th annual Springfield Holiday Baseball Tournament.
Yeah, I also want to thank our friends at Flat Top Photo. Mr. Rackley does a great job. In fact, I think they had a booth here, and they may still have a booth here at the tournament. They, of course, just like all of us, we were trying to stay anchored down earlier today as all those winds came through here. But they're taking a lot of photos for the tournament, so we want to thank them for their help as well. And Tom mentioned Scramblers, and, of course, all presented by the folks at Play It Again Sports. Guy Newcomb came by and saw us, the scoreboard guy. He's one of the sponsors, along with the Missouri Sports Network. Guy, I don't know what kind of sense of humor he had, but he actually brought some goggles and a snorkel here earlier today.
He was fearful that the water was going to get so deep up here that we might need to snorkel our way out.
Well, now it's going to get so humid we may be drenched in the humidity here. Yep. It has been one of those days. For Forsyth here in the second inning, Braxton Gross will lead it off, the catcher, followed by Tyler Strahan and Dylan Jennings. 2-0. It's the Sportsmen and the Panthers here in the game. Here's a pop-up, right center field, and the right fielder
Nowotny
will come over to get it. Nowotny, who not only plays right field, but actually pitched a little bit in the last game as well, as they were trying to hold off Willard, and managed to do so.
Tyler Strahan's going to step in for the first time today.
For those that may also be just joining us for the first time, in this tournament, a couple of the rules, they are allowing an extra hitter, and Forsyth is taking advantage of that. They will put 10 men in the lineup. That is an option. Some teams take it. In fact, Fort Smith's not done that. We saw Nixie yesterday didn't do it in the game we covered, but a lot of the teams are getting a chance to get an extra hitter in there. First 3 have missed here.
Seifert having a little control problem.
Yep. Strahan had that little stretch of control issues early in the last inning, and now has it with 1 out in this inning, as he's already issued 3 walks in the ball game, which means Dylan Jennings will come to the plate, the number 9 hitter, the third baseman, with a runner at first. For folks that may be tuning our way in the Fort Smith area, Forsyth is actually a neighboring community to Branson, just a few miles up the road and part of the lakes region there along Bull Shoals Lake. My home territory down there where I work and operate out of, so nice area, and got a chance to see the Forsyth team a lot. Strike there.
Quickly ahead, 0-2.
So after falling 4 straight to the previous hitter, now 2 in the zone here. 0-2 the count, and the pitch. Fouled back, staying alive at 0-2. The extra hitter for Forsyth is Jarrett Walls, and he awaits on deck. Jennings still trying to protect the plate with a runner at first. 1 out here, top of inning number 2. Stretch, pitch, ground ball. Second baseman comes over. They will get the lead out at second, and they will actually get the double play.
I'm impressed that they turned that double play. I just didn't think there was enough time to get him back at first, but they did do it.
4-6-3 double play, and inning is over. No runs and nobody left as we go to the bottom of the second inning. Our score is Forsyth 2 and Fort Smith nothing. Checking some of the, Tom, looking at some of the other scores here. I was going to get back to that screen here for us to kind of analyze this a little bit. We mentioned earlier that Kickapoo has already clinched the pool in the Parkview. Well, it's now the Parkview pool. It was actually the Republic pool that was moved over there as their 3-0. Parkview is actually playing post 11 right now in the game over there. Over in Clever, Nixa outscores Clever in an 8-inning game earlier, 10-9. Glendale then beats Eric Post 620, 9-2. That was a Glendale team that we saw go 0-2 over there yesterday, and including a heartbreaking loss to Clever. But because that was a 14 pool, they've now reseeded, and Nixa is playing Post 626 right now, but they already own the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Well, no, everyone else has got 2 losses, and Nixa doesn't have any, so Nixa's clinched that pool. And then, of course, we talked to you about what happened over here. Fort Smith, the Forsgren, the Sportsmen, with their win over Willard, despite what happens in this game, even if they were to lose this game, they would still have the tiebreaker over Willard and would be the pool champion. But we got to believe with Willard at the 3-1 record.
You'd have to think Willard's in the driver's seat as far as the wild card is concerned.
Yeah, not knowing all the other records just off the top of the head, but I think Ozark might have an outside shot at that, but that would be the other team that would be in that consideration, I would think, based on the other pools. So for the Sportsmen here in this inning, bottom of the second, Caden Fox will lead it off, and Fox fouls it out of play for strike 1. Keegan Etheridge only allowed 1 base runner in the first. That reached on an error, but was able to work around that with 1 out. 0-1 pitch. Fly ball, foul, has a chance to lead the city, and will down the line. Count quickly, 0-2. Forsyth lost 2 here yesterday, including 1 to Willard, and they lost to Lebanon 4-3 in a tight game there. But as I said, this is a team, and they've got several of the components on this Forsyth team that won a district championship. So definitely some talent on this ball club. There's a line drive. That's going to be the first hit of the ball game for Fort Smith. We saw a lot of that in the previous game here as Caden Fox singles to left field.
Launched one pretty well.
So Josh Nowotny to the plate now, the right fielder. Fort Smith down 2, but very early in the ball game, so they're going to try to bunt him over, and he's going to take the pitch for a strike, 0-1. And we talked about this in the last game. Fort Smith definitely has a lot of talent, the Sportsmen do, but we were chatting about just the being in the game.
Yeah. And
they were in the game, and even though they're down 2-0, they are in the game, and they are helping each other. They're staying focused on the situation at hand, and in baseball that's so important, and it's good. We get to observe it up close because of where we're sitting is right next to their dugout, and we're seeing a lot of that. Here's a ball that bounces to the plate, and that's going to send Fox to second base on a wild pitch. And the count is 2-1 strike. The Watney, Ben Brooks will follow.
Yeah. Etheridge needs to regain a little control here. I think he didn't really throw that one, or he just kind of launched that one and fell about a couple of feet short of the plate.
He throws that one, and it swung out and missed for strike 1. 2 balls and a strike. Two the count. Fox with very marginal lead off second base. Stretch and the Etheridge pitch on the way. That one's going to be high and outside. It's 3-2.
Hard one to take, but he laid off of it. And Etheridge will have to bring it down, or he's going to put the tying run on first base. Second time up, he flied out to right field on the first pitch he saw of the ball game back in the second inning. You know, Seifert has really been very, very efficient with his pitches. Scott, in the second inning, he threw 9 pitches. He threw 6 in the third. He threw 9 again in the fourth. His only bad inning was that opener when he threw 24 pitches.
Yeah, I was going to say, you talk about someone that settled down.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, after the coach went out and had a discussion with him and just kind of told him to relax a little bit. Yeah, actually, Forsyth scored the 2 runs after that, but he threw better.
Well, I think
and they already had 2 runners on base.
I truly think he was overthrowing to start the ball game. You know, you're all hyped up. Things are going. Now, as we say that, now he throws his third straight ball in the dirt, 0-3 to Braxton Gross. 3-0, excuse me.
Yeah.
And he finds a strike.
3-1 the count. So,
yep.
And we do know that we've got the scoreboard up there. I know we're working on getting the camera fixed up here, so we'll just keep telling you what's going on while they get that worked out.
Another short to first again for the second out. Doing a nice job covering over there. That's Will Rollins. A couple of easy plays. And again, I don't want to overemphasize. I mean, the players have got to make good plays, but Scott, you see the ball come up so cleanly off this artificial surface. No matter where it's at, it's a dream come true for infielders that, you know, you've really got to work hard not to make ways, or not to make it look easy. Here's Tyler Strahan. He drew a walk his last time up. Ball 1, ball 2. So Seifert looking for another easy inning if he can possibly get enticing Strahan into something here. There's the strike.
Yeah, in fact, since that first inning, only 1 base runner allowed. That was the walk to Strahan with 1 out in the second, and that was erased in a double play.
There he comes back with strike number 2. He's had a busy inning. That's 12 pitches in the inning, so he's really been a little bit busier here.
But now he's settled down, and again, the Sportsmen getting what they need out of him. Knowing, and again, we know.
Oh, he took so much off of that, and all Strahan could do was lunge and try for it, and not even a chance. 13 pitches, 1, 2, 3, nothing across for Forsyth, and we'll go to the bottom of the 5th with the Sportsmen holding on to a 5-2 lead.
Well, and I was going to say, to finish the thought, that they're getting exactly what they need. And yes, they know they've got their spot in the semifinal clinch, but they probably don't want to use any more pitchers than they have to, unless they want to get somebody maybe some work that they may need to use, you know, in tomorrow's game. So right now they've got the control of the game, they've got it the way they need it, and they can work and use this game as a springboard to get ready for the semifinals tomorrow.
Well, you're 6 outs away, and if you can get Seifert, if you can run him back out there, he's only thrown, 60 pitches now.
Yeah.
So you know, he's not overworked, anything like that. You really want him to go out and try to finish the ball game, not touch anybody else, like you say. And the worst thing you could do is make a pitching change and have somebody come in that's cold, can't get it going, and somehow you lose a 5-2 lead. So that's what they'll be doing. They'll be trying to tack on more here. There's no question. I mean, the Sportsmen aren't going up looking to get this thing over with quick. They want runs. They want productivity.
So they will be ready to go here in the bottom of the 5th. And again, game moving right along here.
Rollins will lead it off.
Yeah, you're not going to get the last game started on time, but we're actually, for where we've been today, are not in a bad shape.
Scott, for Saturday at the holiday tournament to be this close to on time,
yeah,
someone deserves a trophy. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and hopefully if we get that trophy, we'll have it attached to something so it doesn't blow away.
Yeah.
Because that wind, it's died down a little bit, but it's still coming pretty good.
Will Rollins here will lead off the bottom of the 5th inning for the Sportsmen. And he'll look at strike 1. On the afternoon, he flied out to first in the first inning and then was out 4-6 in the third. And he looks at ball 1-1. Right up the middle. Good stop again by the second baseman from his knees. A bouncer kind of pulls the first baseman off, but what a great stop at second base. At least he made a potential play out of it.
And that's the second good play that Easton Day's made out there. Remember, he had a good play to get a lead runner earlier in the ball game out at second base. That time he made a nice stop in the hole and nearly got a great out, but just too much in the hole and had to throw from the knees, and don't have a lot of control in that throw, and so he gets the infield single.
Caden Fox looks at ball 1. Nobody out, runner at first, and it's a 5-2 Sportsman lead over Forsyth. Up a little high. Now what you have to do here if you're Forsyth is you got to keep the game close. You're down 3. There's a chance you could get those 3 back in the next inning or 2. But what you can't do is give away 2 or 3 more runs and widen that gap. Good pitch.
And keep in mind that for Forsyth, what you want to do is also have some momentum. You've got another game to play, the final game of this pool, which will be obviously the last game of the day here when they take on host Hillcrest.
2 balls and a strike. Fox is the batter, and he'll look at ball 3. So now Etheridge has really got to go to work.
Oh my!
There's a big smash, but I think it's going to go
foul.
Just foul. Just enough wind to yank it foul there by Fox.
Yeah, that was one of those. If it, again, we've seen that ball go that way several times in the last couple of games, and if the wind is any lighter, that thing is at least a double down the line, and also probably a run scored.
Full count. And he looked at number 3. That one was just around the knees, and I think Fox thought it wasn't quite close enough, but he looked at it and a called third strike.
Boy, and that is one of the most complete 180s from nearly having a double down the line on a smash, and then you get called out on a third strike, and the bat never leaves your shoulder.
Nowotny is up. Nowotny puts it up in the air, probably going to leave the ballpark, and it does. Fouled off to the right. So a runner at first, 1 out, 5-2. Sportsmen are leading it. In the dirt, nice block. I'm sorry, it's going to be in the dirt from now into eternity.
It's what it is. What you say.
It's brown. It looks like dirt.
I still say it all the time. I have a chance to call games on several turf fields during the year, and it's just part of it.
Yep.
It's just part of it. They actually do check with the base umpire to see if he went around. He didn't, so they'll keep the count 1-1.
Nowotny is the batter. 1 out. Runner at first, and he looks at strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out.
Somebody told me one time what that stuff is actually called, and I tried to say that instead of in the dirt one time, and 2 innings later I finally got it out. So I just say either in the dirt or in the plastic.
Yep, down low.
Yep.
Oh, and Nowotny is a victim to a called third strike. And that'll bring up Ben Brooks, and Brooks with his work gloves on last time drilled a double down the line and left. Well, I'm kind of wondering here with 2 out and Brooks the bat, wondering if they might send Rollins down there at first base. He may not have the speed to do it, but I'm just kind of curious. Well, this one's going to angle to the right, and it's going to get down inside the chalk. It's going to be another double for him, and we're going to hold the runner at third. That one we've been seeing them all afternoon, Scott, where they bend them to the right and they go on and go out of bounds. That one had just enough to get down inside the chalk line.
Yeah, and I think the wind actually helped that a little bit, kind of stay up there and just didn't push it enough, and it hit right on the line down there. So a double with 2 outs.
Back-to-back doubles for Brooks.
And all of a sudden, 2 runners in scoring position.
I'm thinking some of these guys may want to go get themselves a pair of work gloves. That'll bring up England.
We could have used those earlier today when we were trying to keep everything.
Exactly.
Needed those to try to keep everything in line.
Ball 1 to Canada, England. 2 outs, runners at second and third. And as we say, Forsyth holding on, trying to build on a 5-2 lead. In the dirt, good block. Ball 2. Two 2-0 to the catcher, England. Another good block. Runs the count to 3-0. He'll be looking at this one, I would think, to try to load him up. See if they can grab some insurance. Outside, and he takes a pass and heads to first base. That'll fill him up for Caden Gifford. Now, Gifford, what do we know about him? He loves to bunt. Now, 2 outs and bases loaded, probably not going to see that happen. But you never know. We get a courtesy runner coming in for England so he can come get gear on.
You're not supposed to say this, but I wouldn't put any money on that.
I know. Well, here's the thing. If the man from third knows how to break properly, Gifford has shown that he can get to first base.
Yep.
Now, call for a strike may take that bunt out of the option, may be off the table now. He got on with a fielder's choice bunt last time. Oh, and he swings at one low. And catcher kind of took one there. I'm going to let him walk off the ouchie.
Yeah.
0-2.
Yeah, 0-2 the count.
0-2 is the count.
Yep.
And Gifford stays alive with a slash out of play. Up high. 1-2. I've been really impressed with Gifford. I'm not so surprised. I'm not so certain that he couldn't bunt towards the first base line and beat it out. I really think he could. First baseman's playing so deep. Inside. 2-2.
That ball had a little movement, though, because
it really did. It turned him.
Because he was looking to get out of the way, and it kind of dug back over the plate and nearly got over there.
Well, they're now calling it a full count, 3-2.
Now
So
it's
big play.
Yeah.
Big pitch. Everybody will start moving. And he swings at it. And so Etheridge strikes out the side and preserves the lead at just 5-2. So no runs, a couple of hits, and the bases were left full.
So we're already into the 6th inning here, and we're really just cruising right along here. I think we started this game, about 4:30 or so?
Uh-huh.
And so I think looks like we're pretty well good to go the distance here, as it does look like the pitcher's back out for another inning. And you said it yourself, Tom, when he first came into the ball game, Sider, we thought maybe he was going to go an inning or two because he was not having much luck. But after a little conversation, and he's been in control since then.
61 pitches for him as he heads to the 6th inning, so he should have a little bit of gas left in the tank.
Well, and we tell you, the first inning, he walked the first 2, then got 2 quick outs, but Forsyth was able to get a couple of runs home, one on a pass ball, another on an RBI single, or a ground out, I should say, by Easton Day. That got the other run home. But then after retiring the side, he had the 1-out walk to Strahan in the second. That got erased in a double play, and no one's been on base since.
Forsyth will come up in the top of the 6th inning, looking for a run or 2 or maybe 3 to try to level this thing off, as we're down to the last 2 at-bats for them.
Yeah, and like I say, what we said, it's going to be pretty well straight-up baseball. I don't think any time limit or anything's going to be an issue here, so it's just straight-up baseball, trying to find a way to get back in it.
Dylan Jennings, the third baseman, will lead off. Only his second plate appearance today. He batted all the way back in the second inning, so that shows you how effective they've been at shutting them down. And he hit into a 4-6-3 double play his last time up. And he swings at strike number one. And boy, the wind had been subsiding, and now it's coming back with a force. Woo! Puts it on the ground. Oh, it takes a hop off the mound, and this probably is going to result in a wild throw. Catcher comes down to cover. That's going to be a base hit. No advancement on the throw, but did you see it hit the edge of the mound?
Yeah, he just went to.
The appeal being made by the sportsman here is that he turned towards second, and they came back and made the tag, but the umpire is saying no, it was just a shoulder, just rolled his shoulder that way. So it's going to be a hit for Jennings, and he's off to start the inning.
Yeah, and here's the thing: a good throw would have got him, but I mean that play was a simple play made extra tough because the ball took a funny hop.
Yeah,
so that's got to be a base hit.
It hit the edge of the circular part of the low part of the mound there, and we'll see. There's a throw down to first, trying to get him. Oh, and they got him. Oh, they throw behind him and get him. Jennings was leaning towards second, and a throw down to second picks him off.
Tell you what, that was really bang at first place. I thought he might have had a chance to get in there, but frankly, Tom shouldn't have been that far off to begin with. I mean, he kind of had a momentary lapse there. I mean, there's really no other way to put it.
Jarrett Walls is the batter, and Walls looks at ball one. I believe the count is 1-1. Thought it might be 2-0, but the throw down from the catcher.
He's 1-1.
Now he's 1-2.
So again, Tom, after the previous base runner was erased in a double play, now this is erased in a pickoff.
Yeah. Well, and Jennings, you just can't have that. You're down 3. You found a way to get on base. You just can't get picked off. And there's one in the dirt. Going to come up, have to throw. Is he going to have time? And he did. Wow, nice job by the catcher. He was trying to wait for the adjustment, try to catch it and get behind the runner a little bit. That's only 2 outs.
Yeah, you may be leading, but we still play with 3 outs.
Yeah. We go to the top of the order. Etheridge, the pitcher, the leadoff man, will come up here in the top of the 6th. So, and stop and think about it, Scott. If Jennings doesn't get picked off, he's at second base right now because of the call. The third strike dropped, so he's off to second, and they've got a man in scoring position. So that pickoff looms even bigger. And that's going to go right to the shortstop. Bang, bang, and that's 3 quick outs on the fly out.
On an inning that included a base hit.
7 pitches. So Seifert's probably going to be able to go back out there in the 7th and work it quite well.
Well, and let's put this in perspective. That was just Forsyth's 3rd hit, their first hit since the first inning when they had 2. So he has done, after getting getting a little bit to a slow start, he's really been in control since then and is now 3 outs away from completing. And we said they had already clinched the spot in the semifinals with their win over Willard, but always obviously going in with a perfect pull play record would certainly be better, and they're now 3 outs away from doing that. One more opportunity with the top of the order coming up.
Etheridge comes to the mound once again. I've got him at 95 pitches. So he's been pretty busy. And,
he's really not pitched badly today, but he's pitching against a team, quite frankly, that we saw in the last game and they saw over here yesterday can hit the ball. And
he's got a half a dozen strikeouts. And Fort Smith will begin the bottom of the 6th inning with their leadoff hitter. This is Luke Wyatt.
So again, one more game after this one wraps up. Forsyth and Hillcrest will play the final game of this pool. And then semifinals tomorrow, which we know will include the Sportsman along with Nixa and along with Kickapoo. And you think that Willard's got a pretty decent chance of being the wild card team there. And not, again, sure what's happened in some of the others. I think Ozark might still be in that mix over one of the other pools. But I think outside of that.
Well, I think your only visiting team, if you want to call it that, will be the Sportsman.
Yeah.
It'll be Kickapoo, Nixa, and Willard, probably the other 4 in this thing. 3 quick balls by Etheridge to Luke Wyatt. And he's looking at a free pass here. But not yet. Take strike one inside. 3-1. Bottom of the sixth, 5-2. Sportsman in control. And there is a shot inside the line down third baseline, and this is going to be two, maybe going to be a play at second, and he's in and he's safe. Just rounds it in time and slides just ahead of the throw. Good for a double for Luke Wyatt.
But also you do need to tip your cap a little bit to the left fielder out there, Maloney, as he got there in a hurry and made a nice throw, and it was bang bang. He was safe, but it was bang bang. And at second base. And
Easton Day was camped on the bag at second. He was ready for the throw when it got there. Here comes Bryce Morgan. Morgan on the day has reached on an error and had a couple of singles. Top of the order has been pretty productive for them today. And he'll take ball one. By the way, we don't want to confuse people with our on-screen score. The Sportsmen really should be on the bottom because they are the home team here. There's another shot to left. He'll have to hold the runner, and he will hold the runner at third base, but Morgan delivers again with his third hit of the ball game. So now at the corners with nobody out. And that may be it for Mr. Etheridge. He's got to be getting, I think he's very, very close. That was 100 pitches, I think.
Yeah, Byron Richardson coming out to have a chat. Indeed, he will look like leave the game, and they will probably bring in Maloney from left field.
He motioned to Maloney to come in from left. So that looks like where they're going to go with it. Yeah.
So Maloney will take over on the mound. Still nobody out in the inning. And, we talk about going the distance, but with nobody out in the heart of the order coming up, keep one other thing in mind here is that if the Sportsmen get on a run here, 3 outs in the seventh will end up with 5 runs in this inning.
Yeah.
And you'd say, well, that's pretty far away, but we've seen this team score runs in bunches. That is a distinct possibility if they can't stem the tide right now. So Maloney will come in and try to get the 3 outs they need this inning just to get to the seventh.
Yeah. Unless the Sportsmen bat for an extended period of time here, I don't think we have any problems about getting to the seventh inning.
Yeah, it's not even 6 o'clock yet, so I think we'll be okay there.
Yeah.
And if they are batting that long, they've probably got the 5 runs.
They probably got the 5 runs
done anyway. Yeah. So, and then we'll have the final game of pool play. Should be a very interesting semifinal matchups tomorrow. And no matter what format this tournament is used, whether it was the double elimination they used for years or now what they've used for the last several years in the pool play format, you're still playing a lot of games in a short period of time. You're playing you have to play 4 games just to and finish first in your pool, and then you're still 2 games away from winning it.
Yeah.
So it definitely is, you obviously have to have, and a lot of times people will say, well, because what do you really have to win a tournament like this? Well, yes, you do have to have some hitting because you're going to need to score some runs, but if you have got pretty good pitching, and I'm talking about really well-rounded where you've got 2 or 3 people you can put out there, and the other key, if you have good defense. I think sometimes that component gets overlooked because if you are in a tournament, your pitching is going to get tired. You may be going to give up a few hits. You got to field it behind whoever's on the bump.
You're going to see the ball in play a lot.
Yes, and so that means making a lot of good plays, and so I think that's your really key there.
Chance Broussard will step in. Nobody out. Runners at the corners here. Wyatt's at third. Morgan is at first. Back-to-back. A double and a single by those two. And Broussard will take strike one.
And guess who's going to walk to second?
Yeah.
another
indifference play.
Yeah.
Yes. Very much indifference.
Yeah. And that's always I never do that in a high school game. I just give them the base because I think that's, I understand at the upper levels.
Yeah.
I understand that. And I agree with it. But still, the whole point is he's got to second. It's just funny to see it happen, though, sometimes, that way.
Down low, evens the count 1-1 to Broussard.
I was starting to tell this story earlier. There was a game in a high school game I called a few years ago where someone actually stood out there for like a minute and a half, and they didn't do anything because they weren't going to get him the ball.
Ball 2. Not saying they want to do it, but they're maybe kind of pitching around Broussard with the open base here. I mean, you want to get outs, but if you could load them and force the play at the plate or something like cut the runs down. Another good block. That's 3-1. And he'll send that one up in the air. Oh, and the right fielder falls down, slips, could not get back to it. Did the ball go foul or fair?
It's fair ball.
Fair ball. There it is. That's going to score 2 as the runners were moving. And all the way, and look at Broussard. He never stopped rolling out and got all the way to second base. That is a double right behind first base, and you're not going to see that very often. What happened, the right fielder, when he broke to come in, lost his footing and went down.
And then couldn't find the ball again.
And couldn't find the ball in the air.
And, of course, by that time, the first baseman was starting out there, but no way he was going to get there either. So that is the literal definition. It's not, we hear double down the line. You don't usually have a pop double down the line, but that's what happened there.
One in the dirt, and Broussard was already on his way to third base.
Yeah.
Rollins is the batter. Singled his last time up, singled the second time up, third time up after flying out in the first.
So
all of a sudden, Scott, with nobody out and a man at third and needing 3 runs to close it out, it's a distinct possibility if the Sportsmen continue to bat here.
The game-ending run standing just a few feet from us here on the on-deck circle.
Yeah. Another one low.
And that's Caden Fox that's on deck with Rollins up. So
Maloney needs to find a strike somewhere.
And he needs to find some outs, too, someplace.
Yeah. And he finds that strike. 2-1. And just got the end of the bat right there. And that'll bring the count to 3-2. Or excuse me, 2-2. I got to quit looking at the scoreboard because they're wrong.
Yeah.
2-2.
The red line scoreboard is right.
Yes.
So I can point to that right there.
2-2 on Rollins. Reached up high. This one's going to stay.
It goes right by the third baseman.
Did he touch it? But he clipped it, yes. And he said he kept it fair. So the run will score, and Rollins will go down to first base. He clipped it, and then the ball came back after he got past it and went ahead and went foul, but the umpire said no, he had touched it.
Once he touches it, that's it. So that makes it 8-2.
Nobody out. All they got to do is move a couple more runners around and get them in scoring position, and we could be done with this.
Yeah. We go hit or error on that. Still going to be an RBI regardless because the runner was going.
Throw back to the runner at first. And the batter is Caden Fox.
Yeah, and Caden Fox now is the potential game-ending run, but still nobody out in the inning. So even if he doesn't get it done, Watney and Brooks will have opportunities to do so.
Two balls, man in motion. Puts the ball in play. He may have to retreat to first, or it may get down. Nope, it's going to be caught for the first out. As he flies out to short. Yeah, Rollins was almost standing at second base, and they pulled him back. That'll bring up the Watney with one out. 8-2 is our game. Lays it on the ground to short. Nice clean play. Throws, bounces to second for one. Gets the lead runner. Nicely done. And there's 2 away. So it looks like, barring anything disastrous happening, that the Forsyth Panthers are going to get their opportunity in the top of the 7th, but they got a lot of ground to make up. Here's Brooks. And Brooks slices one to right where it's been an adventure, and another slip in the dirt. The poor right fielder goes down again. Brooks is going to go to second. We're going to score the 9th run here. 9th run is going to come across in the form of Nowotny. So he'll score all the way from first. And Brooks will go into second. And he has 3 straight doubles. And none of them, other than the first one, you know, they haven't been explosions. They've been bloops to the right side.
Yeah, so now the game-winning run, though, is in scoring position.
Yeah, and so the batter is England. England, if I'm smart, and look at this. Here comes the runner. Brooks was coming down to third base to put himself in scoring position. So now it becomes really, really evident that if you get him home, game's over.
Yeah, and by being a third, it puts pressure on the pitcher-catcher.
Pitcher and catcher have got to play catch here. You cannot put it in the ground. And there's ball 1, strike 1 to England. And you know Brooks has got to know, if I can get home on a pass ball, we're done. Oh, nice block to keep things going. But down low, 2 balls and a strike. England doing what he can do to either get on base or bring that game-winning run home. Another good save. But we go 3-1.
Catcher's earning his pay right now.
Boy, you better believe it. He is all over the place. That's gross, and he has really been fighting it. 3-1 the pitch and the delivery coming up here to Canada, England. And it hit him. He'll trot down to first, put him at first and second. And I'm going to tell you something.
First and third, excuse me. We'll get a pinch runner. I think I know exactly what you're about to say.
You know what's about to happen. I guarantee it's going to happen. You can book it. You've got Caden Gifford, who is so fleet of foot, knows how to lay down the bunt. He's got the game winner standing at third base. If he doesn't at least try it, I'm going to be surprised.
Well, that's actually not what I was going to say. I thought you would say, especially now with the courtesy runner in first, what about a double steal here?
Well, they will not throw to second. They're not going to do that. You'll send him to second for sure. Oh, I told you.
Yeah. He
was going to try to lay the bunt down and bring that man home from third, strike 1 on Caden Gifford. And he may still try to do it again. And I honestly don't know why. Yeah, they're going to go out and have a conversation about this. Because the first baseman does not need to be holding the runner at first. He needs to be playing in. And in fact, the infield needs to be playing in. You got to cut that run at the plate. And so,
because this is the game winner right here. I mean, this is, and we talked about this in our games over at Clever yesterday. This is like a situation in the bottom of the 7th with the game tied in the winning run at third base. You have to play it that way right now because for Forsyth to get to play the 7th inning, they have got to make sure that runner stays at third base, period.
Yeah.
And that's the only consideration. What happens at first, no difference.
No.
You've either got to, and you do it, and how you do that is by getting the guy out to play.
Well, that's why I say first baseman's got to be told, get away from him. We don't care about that guy standing at first base in any way, shape, or form. What we really want is, you've got to prevent that guy from third base from doing something. You've got a speedy runner here at the plate. If he puts the ball in play, first base has got to charge. Everybody's got to charge.
Yeah, and I'm surprised they're going to keep holding him. I'm a little surprised about that.
And second base has got to be playing closer to first. And there you go. Nope, they didn't fall for it. No double steal. He goes down to second base. So now that means nothing. And now what I do, Scott, now again I bring my first baseman in just a little bit because if he can bunt here, this base, and he's only got, it's a 1-1 count on him. Oh, and he sends it in the air. Is it going to be a problem? I don't think so. They're going to bring this one down, and they do. So that avoids a closeout run, but they do get 4 on 1, 2, 3, 4 pretty positive hits.
Mm-hmm.
No errors, but 2 left, and we're headed to the top of the 7th, which is do or die now for Forsyth. trailing 9-2.
Yeah, so they're in. They have got a lot of work to do now. They were kind of within shouting distance, just down by a count of 5-2, but now 9-2. A lot of work to do. They'll get the 7th. That also means looks like we're getting a new pitcher in the ball game for the Sportsmen here.
Yeah.
And they will give the ball. That looks like Nowotny is going to go back.
No, is it Nowotny? No, I think is it?
No,
him?
Nowotny's going out.
Yeah, he's going over to
he's
right.
going back to right.
Don't know who this is. Left-handed pitcher though. You know, I'm gonna go back and tell you something. If I'm up 9-2, and I've got the speed that Gifford showed me there at the plate, I'm going to let him bunt 3 times. I'm going to try it 3 times because I think the opportunity to get that 10th run in and close the game out was right there. And, of course, by swinging away, he put the ball up in the air.
Which can be an adventure here
Yeah.
and has been today, but wasn't in that particular case. So it looks like the new pitcher, well, they brought somebody into the game.
Somebody in that has not been in the ball game yet.
Yeah, and we don't have their roster here in front of us, so at least I don't think we do. Actually, we do. It's Griffin. Griffin's going to come in.
Griffin is pitching now?
Yes.
Okay.
So Griffin will come in to pitch.
And you know what his job is? Throw the ball over the plate.
Nothing fancy. Jacob Griffin will be the new pitcher for the Forcemen.
All he needs is to get a couple of outs real quick, and then they can go to the hotel.
That's right. And get ready for tomorrow.
Well, and for Forsyth, they've got to turn around and play a rested Hillcrest team that has not seen the field since, what, noon?
About noon today.
Yeah, so they've been rested up and ready to go. Oh, nice breaking ball right there.
So it'll be Griffin's job to close it out here in the 7th as they will see the 2, 3, and 4 hitters for Forsyth. Trying to find a way to at least get some good at-bats and get some momentum, but I have not, of course, we got a chance to see Nixa yesterday. We've seen Willard here today, assuming they're going to be the wild card team. But depending on what they got left on the mound, this Fort Smith team's going to be tough out tomorrow.
Here's Tristan Hunter, shortstop. Been very effective at his defensive position today, and he'll lead off the top of the 7th. And he'll slap one over the fence, foul for strike 1. Yeah, this is all Griffin has to do is make them swing at it. Hey, if they hit them, if they get a couple of hits off of you, we don't care, but we'll take we'll play the percentages of getting the outs defensively. Up a high. And look at that, just like that. Oh, and you got to keep it in front of you. But he didn't do it, and so
it's going to be a double.
That's a double for Hunter.
Good piece of hitting by Hunter to get the ball in play and get the 7th inning off to a positive start for Forsyth.
Well, and I know, the center fielder made a valiant attempt there to try to bring it down, but at the end of the day, the first rule is don't let it get past you. And that will bring up Aaron Gross, first baseman. Only his 3rd time up today, has flied out to center and grounded out second to first. A little inside. So you just forget about the man at second base and you concentrate on making outs now. Nice pitch.
Yeah, the thing is, the final score doesn't make any difference here. You just want to get the 3 outs and win. If it's 9-2, great. If it's 9-3, great.
And again, they know they're advancing, so it's not, and they've got a 7-run lead. Bounces off the plate. That'll send the man to third.
And that bounce really did bounce off the plate. It bounced off the front corner of the plate and just the front edge and just bounced straight up.
He threw it exactly where you had to throw it to get that kind of ricochet.
Yeah.
So Forsyth looking at maybe pushing across a 3rd run here. 2 balls and a strike to Aaron Gross. A little outside. 3-1. Yeah, certainly not in a serious situation yet, but you don't want to put 2 or 3 or 4 runners on the bases here before long. You want to get some outs and get it done. That should be an easy play. Should be an easy play, and it was. The run does score.
So you get exactly what you want there. You get the out. Forsyth gets the run, which is no matter to the Sportsman. It does make it 9-3, but you're now 2 outs away from the win.
Yep.
All you had to do there.
You'll trade that all day long.
Absolutely.
Easton Day, the second baseman, comes up. Again, you tap him on the back for the plays he's been making at second base today to keep the ball in the infield.
Yeah, they've had some good defense, and you know the one you feel for is the right fielder who had the trouble with the footing out there.
He just keeps slipping out there.
And we should remind folks that it is natural grass out in the outfield.
Yeah.
It's just turf on the infield, so it is a little wet. It's been, it's got a lot of rain today, so I'm sure there's some slick spots out there, and you just happen to find it twice in a row.
Yeah. Ball 2 to Easton Day, and part of it too is the way the wind is blowing. The natural inclination is to break quickly. Break and try to get to the ball, and when you do that, that footing gets away from you. There's ball 3. And I'd say if you had to, I would throw this one over about 41 miles an hour, make him swing at it. But he gets the strike, which is what he needed. 3-1 now to Easton Day.
Well, again, for Fort Smith, this gives them a chance to give somebody some work a little bit in the game. And, again, you don't know what tomorrow's going to bring and how you're going to be able to use your pitching.
Nice play by the shortstop. Oh, and I thought he sailed it. But a good stretch down at first base to get the runner.
Yeah, he did sail it, but he didn't sail it high enough. He got that he kind of got away from it a little bit, but still pretty tall first baseman down there. He's able to make a good stretch for the second out.
Rollins got up and got high on it. So 2 away, 9-3 is the score, and here's the last opportunity for Forsyth in the form of Phoenix Maloney. And he'll swing at the first offering. Forsyth will have to regroup in about 15 or 20 minutes and turn right back around and take on Hillcrest. A little high, evens the count at 1-1. And Griffin's now kind of settled into what he needs to be doing. Put the ball in there, make him swing at it. Let him know you're not going to walk him. Foul ball out of bounds, and we're down to the last strike opportunity for Forsyth. Oh, and he looked at the third strike, and that's your ball game. Just like that, that's a 9-3 decision, and the Sportsmen cruise through the pool.
Yep.
And they're on to the semifinals tomorrow. 9-3 is your final this afternoon. The Sportsmen over the Panthers from Forsyth. Forsyth will hang around, and they'll play another game here against Hillcrest in about 15 or 20 minutes. And the Sportsmen will, like I said, head to the hotel, get a little rest, get something to eat, and they'll be back to play in the semis tomorrow, Scott.
They'll be right back here tomorrow for that semifinal round game, as they will be here to take on Kickapoo, Nixa, and the wild card, which we believe is going to be Willard. That's going to be your matchups tomorrow, and of course we'll have more information on that, and probably may have a little bit more information before we leave the air today. And we're not leaving yet because we still got one more game to go. As Forsyth and Hillcrest will be taking on the field here in just a little bit. So for Tom and Mast, I'm Scott McCauley. We'll talk to you again here in a while from Hillcrest as we continue with coverage of the 50th anniversary of the Springfield Holiday Baseball Tournament.
That's what I was looking for. I was hoping that we had that because I think have it here. No, that's 11 days.
Hey, we'll try to find you some warm-ups tomorrow, Coach.
Who do you want, Willard?
Did you have like from that?
I have Hillcrest, and I have Lebanon, and I have, that's it.
We end up.
Now I've got my Willard lineup from the game. Obviously got that, but I don't have the.
I know. We didn't have the car. I think we may have had it. I think it was the one that blew away.
Yeah, could have been.
Awesome, thank you. You're awesome.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Everybody loves watching the videos.
Well, I appreciate that.
And Terry. I'll go look and see them. I think I brought all of them to him, but let me go check.
Forsyth switched it up.
Actually, yeah, he has.
They're all in there.
Oh, crap. Where'd I put my glasses? Where did I put my glasses?
Working on his right now.
Where did I put my
Right
glasses?
here. So I see
Oh, thank you. Oh. You should always wear glasses with color. Don't wear them clear. Believe me.
everything start blowing away. Hillcrest is the home team. There's their lineup.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. Even though the new ones are on order, they're supposed to be here.
Out there, baby. Oh, you were. I thought they were going to be rushed. Baseball players cannot survive without stickers.
Correct.
My son, probably 9 years of baseball, ate 1,000 stickers.
That's hilarious. Yes, he was tagging up.
And the mini ones, you had to have 4 mini ones to account for a big one. That was his philosophy, yeah.
What about Forsyth?
Yeah, he's working on it. Okay. Well, I'm a little confused now because I could have sworn that they told us that Kickapoo was in. Kickapoo lost today to St. Joe.
Oh, did they really?
And so they're 3-1, and St. Joe's still got to play Ozark. So if they tie at 3-1, I'm not so sure what that.
Ooh.
So that may have been.
And did they lose to them? They lost. Who they lose to?
Kickapoo lost to St. Joe. I don't know who St. Joe lost to. I have to go back and look. But I could have sworn he told me that Kickapoo was in, or something. I heard that someplace, read it someplace, but I certainly can't find it.
I read it on the
Well, yeah, I think their JV's in. The Kickapoo JV is in. That I know. But I could have sworn that that's what Jeff sat here and told us earlier. We were talking about that. Jeff may have been a little confused too.
Is Jeff here?
No, I'm taking what Jeff talked to us earlier.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got a feeling he may be confused about a lot of things.
463 279 and then the EH. Okay, I'll let you write that. That's this one. Get this one.
Oh, there's two grosses on this team. I know. There's a little rain down to the southwest. Don't think we can. What are the chances you're going to have two Braxtons in the same game?
Well, I would say usually not much.
But in this day and age?
Yeah.
Well, one team's got two Ethans. So we got Braxton Gross and Braxton Baker.
Okay. I think we're ready to go up anytime you are.
I got a text from Art. He went to Republic. He sent me a text. They moving Republic games. He said, "There's nobody here."
And we welcome you to Hillcrest for the final game of pool play from this pool the 50th Annual Springfield Holiday Baseball Tournament. As the host of this pool, Hillcrest, will take on Forsyth. I'm Scott McCauley, Tom Mass. It is our final game of this pool, final game of our 2 days together. And Tom, to say it's been an adventure will be an understatement.
Yeah.
With especially here today. But we have finally made it to the final game. We do know that the Forest Grin Sportsman out of Fort Smith, Arkansas, has won this pool, and they will represent this pool in the semifinals. We actually, between games, got a little information that I'm not sure that some of the other pools have been decided, at least one of the other pools, as we thought earlier. We'll explain that as we go through as well. We can tell you that one of the other pools has been won by Nixa. That we do know. So Fort Smith and Nixa, two of the teams there, and we'll set that all up. But also we want to tell you about this game as these two teams are getting ready to play their final game of pool play. Let's give you the Forsyth lineup here in the top of the first. Keegan Etheridge, the center fielder. He was the starting pitcher in the last game. He will bat first. Tristan Hunter, and I think you'll be impressed with this guy. He is a very good pitcher, a freshman who will be a sophomore this year and was one of the top pitchers for the Forsyth varsity team this year. Tristan Hunter is batting second, and he is the pitcher on record today. Aaron Gross is the third baseman batting third. Easton Day, the second baseman, bats fourth. Phoenix Maloney is the shortstop batting fifth. Colton Wisenhunt is the catcher batting sixth. Braxton Gross, the catcher, seventh. Tyler Strahan is in left batting eighth. Dylan Jennings is the right fielder batting ninth. And it'll be Walls again, Jarrett Walls, the extra hitter, the 10th hitter for Forsyth. And they will be facing off against London Hayes, who is the pitcher for Hillcrest. We'll give you the Hillcrest lineup going into the bottom of the first. The count now 1-2 strikes as we are in the final game, getting underway around 6:40 here, the final game of the day from Hillcrest. The next pitch, it's a 1-2 pitch on the way from Hayes to Etheridge. That one is going to be inside, and the count now goes to 2-2. And tell you how windy it is, Tom Mass has got the tape out of the bag to get things taped down.
We've been taping stuff to the table. There's a shot, foul.
It's foul towards the dugout. Forsyth actually switched dugouts. Hillcrest, their home dugout is first, so Forsyth now sitting next to us here.
Superstition.
And so that is where it is. By the coin flip, Hillcrest is the home team. And the next pitch, that one, stays just inside, and the count now goes full to 3-2.
London Hayes is the starting pitcher for Hillcrest this evening, and he runs it full, like he said.
And that payoff pitch on the way hits the plate. It's ball 4, and Etheridge is on with a leadoff walk, and that'll bring in Tristan Hunter.
Well, Hillcrest is trying to level their pool play record at 2-2, knowing they're not going to advance, and Forsyth trying to rebound after that disappointing loss just a half an hour ago to Fort Smith.
Yeah, they were actually led 2-0 early in the game, got 2 runs in the first, but then Fort Smith was able to eventually get their bats going after a big emotional win over Willard, which, even though they had not played the Forsyth game yet, had got them into the pool play, the championship round, if you will, because of the fact that they had the head-to-head win over Willard, who was the other 3-win team in this pool. At the plate now again, Tristan Hunter, first pitch.
Second pitch, Alex.
Second pitch,
yep,
actually.
1-1, yep.
So the count goes to 1-1 with Etheridge standing at first base.
Yeah, the one thing that Hayes doesn't want to do is you don't want an extended first inning like we've seen so many times during the tournament. Lays
Ground
one
ball
down. Oh, it gets past Hayes, gets past the shortstop, and that'll put him out there.
Yeah, it was a diving attempt by the shortstop. Did slow the ball up, but that doesn't stop the advancement. So, and ironically, kind of the same way the last game started with a walk and a single. And now 2-1, nobody out here in the first inning, and Aaron Gross comes to the plate.
Hayes was a little disappointed. I think he thought he had a play on that ball across the mound. It was just too hot a shot.
Yeah. Perfect direction, just too much speed on it. And the first pitch here is going to be a ground ball to second. It's a 2-hopper. They'll go the short way, get the out there, but safe at first base. So they'll get the lead out. As good patience by the second baseman there to make sure they got that lead out. One down on the play, Etheridge to third, and Gross safe on the fielder's choice. That'll bring in Easton Day, who is the cleanup hitter for Forsyth. One out here in the inning.
Well, Forsyth's done what they need to do. You've got a man in scoring position. You've only got one out. You put a ball in play, chances are you're going to grab an early lead here.
First pitch, at leather high for a strike, 0-1. Day in the last game was 0 for 3. In fact, Forsyth in the last game got 4 hits, but 2 of them were in the first inning. Then got a hit in each the 6th and the 7th.
Oh,
they
look
had
at
scoring a game, and now we got a ball that did. Well, I got blocked out. What happened?
Well, it hit the shin guard of the catcher, and it came 25 feet up the third base line. The runner at third had broken. He was 25 feet. I honestly think he could have scored because by the time the catcher would have gotten it and thrown back to the covering pitcher, I think he would have been okay. But as it is, we're just back and start the whole thing over. It just ricocheted off his knee, off his shin guard.
1 ball, 1 strike, and a late swing on that one, and the count 1-2. Now we went from the last game, it was almost sunny the whole game, and now we've got cloud cover again, heavy wind, and even some clouds starting to form.
Might need a jacket before this one's over.
Yeah, we've had everything else out today. Swing on that
Ball
one.
in the dirt.
And that is going to advance the runner home. And the runner, the batter should be out because first base was occupied, so he should not get first base. He will not.
Yeah, they're going to bring him back.
But they will.
Give him the run.
Of course, they do give him the run, and the runner does advance to second base on the wild pitch.
So Day strikes out for the second out.
The wild,
And Hunter will go on down to second base.
But because of the wild pitch, it's 1-0 Forsyth.
Yep.
And a runner in scoring position for Maloney, who also did have one of the hits in the first inning in the last game. So 1-0 Forsyth.
Ball 1-2. Phoenix
Still batting
Maloney.
here in the top of the first.
Yep.
Runner off second. Line drive up the middle. That'll get, won't get through. Shortstop makes a play and missed the play at the other end as he couldn't quite scoop it out of the dirt over there.
Maloney's on with a single, but almost was a spectacular play. I mean, you talk about covering some ground. He really, really got from where he was. That was Hahn.
Yeah, Hahn, the shortstop. And I'll be honest, Tom, I thought it was third. I thought it had gotten through.
Yeah, I
really
was going
to get through, and Hahn somehow got a glove on it, and it did save a run. Ball is in the dirt. Runner is going to go from first to second. Of course, no chance for the runner to advance from third, so there's another, call that a pass ball. That'll allow Maloney to get to second base. So now that'll reset everything. Now second and third, 2 outs. This is Wisenhut at the plate. He puts the ball in play back to the pitcher. They're going to go and actually get the runner in a rundown. This is kind of an interesting dilemma here.
He almost had third. If he'll hurry, he might have. Well, no, he's not. They're going to catch him now.
Yeah.
They got him in the pickle.
Got the tag made on the rundown. But interesting because it was the second out. They have to throw to first.
Throw to first, yeah.
And the inning's over, but they went ahead and got him in a rundown, and they get the side. So that'll be Wisenhut safe on a fielder's choice. And get the runner down between third and home for the final out of the inning. But the Panthers do get on the board here early. They get a run on 2 hits, and they'll end up stranding a pair of runners as we go into the bottom of the first inning. Our score is Forsyth 1 and Hillcrest coming to the plate. And Ryan Schafitzel will put this lineup out for the final game of pool play. London Haynes, the pitcher, bats first. Ethan Cates is the first baseman, batting second. Isaac Hahn, the shortstop, bats third. Garrett Cates, the left fielder, bats fourth. Shane Stafford is the third baseman, batting fifth. Braxton Baker, center fielder, bats sixth. Colt Tate is the catcher, batting seventh. Kellen Lester, the extra hitter, bats eighth. Holton Pyle is the second baseman, batting ninth. And the designated hitter, Ethan Lewis, will actually bat in the 10th slot in the lineup today for Hillcrest. So the Hillcrest used to be called the Merchants. I noticed they got Hornets on their jerseys, but they've been long known as the Hillcrest Merchants for many, many years. Successful baseball program. We never had a chance to do the first game today because we were finding some technical issues, but Hillcrest, doesn't really have much of a history in this tournament because for many years, the Bartlesville tournament happened at the same time, and Hillcrest has been going to that tournament for generations.
They always went to the Bartlesville tournament.
But this year, but there were several years they did play in this tournament when the calendar worked out right. that they could get to both. Anytime they had the opportunity to play in the tournament, they did, and they have that opportunity this year. And Ryan Spitzel and his crew, and let's just put it to you this way, they have had to overcome a lot hosting anything here because this is a major league construction zone here right now.
Well, the Hillcrest campus is undergoing a major renovation. The facility, the high school building itself, probably is undergoing a 75% transformation. The hyper gymnasium is also having some work done. This entire campus is nothing. It looks like a construction site that's been here, and it's been here for well over a year. And of course, some of the construction also bleeds over here to the Birmingham complex because they're installing new restroom facilities, so they're digging water lines, and we've got a lot of Missouri clay mud that's all over the place. Yeah.
So here is Tristan Hunter, and I was telling you about him. He was one of the top pitchers for Forsyth this year, and so he will get a chance to face off against Hillcrest. And it'll be interesting to see how this matchup goes. Hillcrest, again, was a team that struggled during the regular season, but in this tournament, I mean, they got a win here earlier today, and we were telling you about the pitching performance they got in the game here earlier today that helped them get that first win in pool play. The pitcher threw some 80-some pitches, I think, in getting the win over Lebanon earlier today, and that was a good effort by Hillcrest to get that going.
By the way,
that was a Braxton Baker, by the way, who was the pitcher earlier today.
Which I was going to tell you, we're going to have two Braxtons in this game, so there's one playing for each side, so we don't want to get you too confused. Baker will play for Hillcrest.
Yeah, and I'll add something to it. I got a cousin who's Braxton. Not here today, but I'll just throw it out there. First pitch is in there for a strike. And again, for Hillcrest, London Hayes. So the pitchers matching up against each other. They did so in the first inning the other way. Now we'll do so here. Here's the next pitch. That one is over but high, and the count even to 1-1.
Well, I'm going to tell you, two deliveries into this, and I am impressed already with the velocity that he's got behind.
1 ball, 1 strike, and the pitch in there for strike 2.
He is flat bringing it in. And if he's a freshman, he's on. If that's a freshman, I'm guessing he's probably 6'1", maybe something like that. He's on radar already for some. If he's throwing like that, people are going to take notice of him over the next 3 years.
1-2 pitch on the way, swung at and missed for strike 3. So records a strikeout, and that'll bring in Ethan Cates. Now Forsyth this year had a. We talked a little bit about it in our previous game when they were playing Fort Smith. But Forsyth got off to a terrific start in high school ball this year. They were ranked at the top 5 in the state for a while, but then really just hit a plateau where it was just bad breaks, a couple injuries, and trying to work around some stuff. But they gathered themselves at the end of the year, and they were, even though their record wasn't good, they were the top seed in their district because they had beaten the other good team in the district, Hartville. And so by that win, they had got the top seed. They got it together. Got a first-round bye, beat Mansfield in the semifinals of the district, and then were able to beat Hartville in a dandy in the district championship game to get the win and move on to state. They played at Lynn. My colleague down at the radio station, Darren Carter, and I went all the way to Lynn, Missouri, just east of Jefferson City for that game. And Forsyth put up a good battle, but they did lose to Lynn, who eventually finished second in the state. Here's a ground ball to the first baseman, and Hunter goes over to cover for the second out of the inning.
Cates sends it back. They go 3-1 on the putout.
So, and Ryan Schaffitzel was talking a little bit about his ball club earlier about the fact that, they struggled. They didn't have many wins this year, but especially with this Baker kid, kept him in some games this year. And I got a chance to see him play in the regular season once, but he was very impressive in that game against Lebanon today. Very good effort in getting in the 6-0 shutout. So right now, Isaac Hahn at the plate, and the first pitch is over below, ball 1.
Yeah, I'm thinking that this young man on the mound is going to be very impressive for a long time. Because granted, I've only seen a handful of pitches, but Hunter is very, very impressive. I like his form. I like the way he sets, and boy, he really follows through.
Count now 1 ball and 1 strike. So we'll see kind of as we get through the game today, we'll try to sort out some of the information from the other pools and kind of let you know what's going to happen tomorrow. We can tell you one thing. If you had not heard the word, the tournament is scheduled to wrap up at this very field tomorrow. They have moved from Republic because of the wet conditions there. But, of course, they still got to fight around the rain tomorrow, and we have even more rain in the forecast here tomorrow.
Well, the good thing, though, is rain here they can play through. So
it's the storms you got to worry about, not necessarily the rain. 2 balls, 1 strike. Pitch. That one's over but low. It's 3-1. Two down here in the first. Forsyth with a run in the top half of this inning with the early 1-0 lead. 3 balls, 1 strike. And the pitch. That's low again, and that's a walk. So Hahn is on with a 2-out walk, and that'll bring up Garrett Cates. So Cates to the plate now with a runner at first. We got had a lot of base running today, and
yeah,
Hunter's going to step off. Going to keep him a little bit closer. Now a good lead, about 3 or 4 step lead at first. He's going to throw to first, and the runner is back safety.
Well, he's got a nice quick snap to first too. I mean,
yeah.
There's just a lot of things in this first inning that I've seen in the Hunter young man here that there's a lot to like.
On again about 3 or 4 steps off. Still yet to throw a pitch to the plate, and that pitch kind of overthrew that one, and the catcher blocked it, but not enough to prevent Hahn from going to second base. So a wild pitch there.
Yeah, a wild pitch will send him down.
So now runner in scoring position, 2 outs. Tell you a little something interesting about the Hillcrest win earlier today, as the next pitch is in at the knees for a strike, 1-1. It was a 6-0 win, but it was not because they belted the ball around the park. They didn't get their first hit till the 5th inning.
Yeah, Lebanon pitching was just not strong. They issued 9 walks, hit a batter, so they gave 10 free passes. That set Hillcrest up, and there's one in the dirt.
And that's going to get the runner to third, and the count now at the plate, 2-1. Another wild pitch there. And what was interesting is they did get a couple of hits late in the ballgame. I think they ended up with 4 for the game, but they took advantage of the opportunities. And again, the Baker kid threw well and kept Lebanon off the board, and they got the win. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Hunter. That one is going to cost him a run as it's down low. And right now he's just, after really cruising through the first 2 hitters, he's kind of gotten a little bit of a rut here.
Well, I was so impressed with he was all right around the zone on everything those first 2 batters, and now the last 2 he's just kind of he's walked a man, and now he's on the verge of walking another on a 3-1 count here.
Yeah, just trying to
maybe do a little too much.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's the first inning.
So the score now 1-1. And the 3-1 pitch there is going to be a ground ball to first. First baseman should take that himself, and that will get him out of the inning. But Hillcrest takes advantage of the walk and the 3 wild pitches, and they end up tying the game here in the first. 1 run, no hits, and nobody left. As we go to the second, our score is Hillcrest 1 and Forsyth 1 here in the 50th anniversary edition of the Springfield Holiday Tournament. Tom and I have had the pleasure over the last couple of days of getting to cover this tournament and see different teams. We got to hit the road. We were at Clever yesterday, got to be here today, and today has been an adventure, to say the least. We have dodged rain. We've dodged tents flying in the air. At least Tom, Mr. Mast over here had to do that. If someone could have taken a picture, you would have seen a picture of me holding an umbrella over this equipment that we're gone here from Redline Media Alliance. That's when the tent flew. The tent flew. I stayed here, but the tent flew a few feet over to the other way.
Yeah, it was a quick event that didn't last long, but boy, was it destructive when it came through.
It was, and somehow, I don't know how I held on to your umbrella. I really don't, but somehow I managed to hold on to the umbrella, and we didn't lose that. And it took us a while, just to be honest, and we were trying, then the equipment had to be dried out, and we had some technical issues. It was the middle of the third game before we finally got on today. But we saw some good baseball. Again, we talked about the Hillcrest 6-0 win there, and you could, if you look long enough, you'll see some of those trees blowing. We've still had some burst of wind come through here. But we had the 6-0 Hillcrest win over Lebanon. Willard was impressive in a run rule win over Lebanon 10-zip. And then the game of the tournament so far, although the Clever Herrick game was pretty good last night, but the tournament game really was that Willard-Fort Smith game that Fort Smith held on to win 8-6. Leading off here in the second for Forsyth is Braxton Gross, the catcher. The first pitch in for a strike as London Hayes starts his second inning of work. Next pitch on the way is a fly ball to center. That one will be caught on the run by the center fielder for out number 1.
That was Braxton to Braxton, by the way.
Braxton.
Yeah.
So there's your Other Braxton out there in center, one down. And that'll bring in Tyler Strahan, the left fielder. One the score here. And the first pitch from the lefty is going to be a ground ball to third. Quick throw, 2 outs. Is that 2 pitches, Tom?
That's 2 pitches. 3, actually.
Three pitches.
3 pitches. Well, and again, you saw how cleanly the ball came up off the turf for the third baseman there. All you got to do is stay in front of the ball, make contact with the glove, and come up and make a nice throw across the infield.
Dylan Jennings swings and misses at the first offering from Hayes, and the count 0-1. Next pitch on the way. That went in there for strike 2. So 1 strike away from a very quick 1-2-3 inning. 0-2. He'll get it, and that'll do it. That's his second strikeout of the game. And a very quick inning as Forsyth 3 up, 3 down as we go to the bottom of the second. Still 1-1 our score with Hillcrest and Hollister. And our coverage is presented by the folks at Redline Media Alliance. They're producing our coverage here today. We want to say our coverage is presented by the folks at Play It Again Sports. New and used sporting and goods. They've got a lot and help support area sports. So check them out. And we appreciate their work with us to help this holiday tournament continue at Play It Again Sports. Also want to thank the folks at Scramblers Breakfast Diner. They're open from 6 to 2 daily, and they've got the 4-egg omelet that is absolutely delicious. Also want to mention Guy Newcomb, the scoreboard guy. If you weren't with us in the previous game, we mentioned Guy stopped by earlier. He'd been helping out over at Republic Day 1, and because they had to move, didn't really need him Day 2, so he was going to keep up on the action from home. But he did do us a favor. He brought over some goggles and a snorkel in case we needed to get through the rain. So we do appreciate Guy helping us up with that from the scoreboard guy and the Missouri Sports Network. And also don't forget Flat Top Photography, Flat Top Photos. Mr. Rackley and his bunch doing a good job taking pictures and helping the Springfield Area Baseball Association. Those are just some of the sponsors that are helping not only with this tournament, but also be helping with the Springfield Area Baseball Association. You know, they've got all-star games coming up, too. I think they're taking place this coming week.
Yeah.
And then they'll get into July and begin to wind down. The thing that's hard for me to believe, Tom, is we're sitting here now, get through this tournament, and we're just a week from tomorrow, or a week from today, is Independence Day, 4th of July, and all of a sudden you start thinking about we're getting close to football school time. Yeah, I know.
Football's around the corner. It really is.
Crazy. It's crazy how time flies here.
We better enjoy about the next 15 minutes because we have a nice cloud cover that's blocking the sun, but in about 15 minutes we're going to be staring straight into a setting sun over there, and it's going to cause problems for us, probably the batters as well. So we'll see what happens.
Well, and unfortunately, you put your hat up. I've still got my head here, so no reflection on. We'll try to reflect this broadcast cleanly. I can't say we'll have a great reflection for the people on the field that might have any deflection off our foreheads here. Shane Stafford's going to lead it off for Hillcrest here in the home half of the second. Playing third, the first pitch is going to be high, ball 1. Tristan Hunter in the first inning had a very good first 2 batters and then ran into a little trouble with Hahn as he walked him and then basically wild pitched him home, but was able to get out of the inning with no further damage done. 1-0 pitch on the way is going to be a bunt. That'll be foul, and that'll even the count 1-1.
You know, the good side of the turf when it comes to bunting is you lay down nice smooth balls, but the bad side is it never really makes bad hops on the fielders. You know, you put a bunt down and the fielders have a really good opportunity to make a play on a bunt. Whereas if you're on grass and dirt, there's no telling what it might do.
But in a certain instance, that could really make it a lot easier sacrifice if you can get the bunt down. Yeah. Count now 2 balls and 1 strike. It looked like Hunter released that one a little bit early. 2-1.
And we've really seen some pretty good bunting through the tournament. We really have.
Yeah. Next pitch, big swing and a miss on a fastball. It's 2-2.
Boy, I'd love to have had the gun on that one because he really brought that one. I'm thinking that, I really don't know, just making an estimation, but I'm thinking he's in the high 80s at least with his fastball.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Fouled off, out of play. And the count remains 2-2. Again, around 315, 320 down the lines, gets about 360, maybe 65 to center field. We do have a high fence in center. Again, we still only had one home run, at least in the games here today. That was name just eluded me right now, from Willard that hit a game. Bushnell, thank you, that hit a game, hit a home run in that game for Willard early on. That pitch misses low, and is 3-2.
Well, the wind has really, I think, and the wind kept a couple of balls in the ballpark today too. But the wind has been a factor.
Payoff pitch in there for strike 3. That was a fastball right down the middle, and Stafford couldn't pull the trigger.
Well, he turned him around on that one, got him to roll away from it, and caught him looking.
Second strikeout of the game for Hunter. That'll bring in Braxton Baker, and it was the young man we were telling you about earlier that had the terrific effort. We have had the privilege to see really 2 good pitching efforts in this tournament, and not saying we may not see another one here by either pitcher in this ball game, but the games we've seen so far. And Mr. Baker authored one of those earlier today in that 6-0 win for Hillcrest, as he kept hitters off bounds. Same with Mr. Doan, the kid we saw from Herrick yesterday, that did the same thing. And it wasn't fancy stuff, but it was well-placed pitching that really got the 2 victories for those pitchers.
Well, and both of them went the full 7. And when you can go the full 7 and throw around 80 pitches, that means you've had pretty good control, pretty good command. And we saw that last night with Doan, and then we saw it with Baker this morning.
The 2-0 pitch is going to miss, and right now Hunter behind 3-0. 1-1 the score. As we are in the final game of pool play, this will be the final game of the tournament for both of these teams. As again, Fort Smith won their way earlier today. That one misses, so he misses with 4 straight. And, and we noted this some, and I didn't see him a lot this season personally, but my colleague at the radio station saw him a lot, who covered Forsyth baseball for us. And it was just, part of the maturing process and getting to kind of keep control and do those things. And again, as you're a youngster, you will work through those things and get the opportunity to do it in tournaments just like this.
Cole Tate.
First pitch will be in there for a strike, 0-1. Tate, the catcher for Hillcrest. Runner at first. Decent lead off the bag. Hunter, we've seen him have a good move over there. He's going to go to the plate this time and throw that one at the letters for a strike, and he's quickly ahead 0-2.
Now that's a positive. You throw 4 straight balls, and then you come back and you find the zone back-to-back times. So that's a nice recovery for the young pitcher right there.
And with 2 strikes, it also gives you the whole arsenal of pitches to throw here 0-2. And he throws a fastball and nearly hits the guy on the on-deck circle.
Kellen Lester just got a lesson in keep your eye on the ball, because it flew right over his head.
That's right. But also credit Tate for just making contact. That was a good fastball from Hunter, and he was able to make contact and stay alive. So he tried him with the fastball, and he stays alive at 0-2. Next pitch, that one in the dirt, but nice block. And the count now 1-2. Good block by the catcher for Forsyth.
He took a little something off there, took a little too much off, and couldn't quite get it to the plate.
1 ball, 2 strikes. A little bit of a bigger lead by the runner at first. He is going to go, and the pitch is a ball, and the throw is going to be down there and not in time. Not a bad throw that time, but just really a good jump by the runner that time, got him to second base. So Baker standing down there, that represents the go-ahead run.
Well, Baker stands in at about 6'4", 6'5". He got long legs and big stride. Once he got that jump, he was ahead of it.
2-2 pitch. That one in the dirt almost hits the hitter, and the count goes full 3-2.
Let's go, T. Throw back. Get him here.
Full count. Runner at second. 1 out in the inning. Hunter checks second, and will come to the plate. That one's going to be inside ball 4, and Hillcrest has something going here. First and second, 1 out in the second inning. And that will bring in Kellen Lester. Looks like they'll have a courtesy runner that will run for the catcher here, Tate. And that is going to be Griesmer. Griesmer was in the lineup in the earlier game today. He'll be the courtesy runner here.
They got 2 tall guys on the base pass. I'll tell you, Griesmer's probably 6'2", 6'3". Baker's down there at 6'4", 6'5". I mean, they've got some big guys out there.
Kellen Lester looks at the first pitch over but low, ball 1. And Tristan Hover having a little bit control problem right now, trying to get back in the right frame of mind. Here is the 1-0 pitch. That one overthrown again, and the runners are going to try to advance, and they will on the wild pitch.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's just overthrowing just a little bit.
Baby, if you turn your back, you're going to get hurt.
And they're going to go out and talk to him.
Yeah, Byron Richardson will come out and try to settle him down a little bit. Meanwhile, if you're Hillcrest, knowing you're facing a pitcher that has good velocity but maybe low control, this is an opportunity to get a lead and put a little pressure on here with just 1 out in the inning. Got the number 8 hitter in the order up now in Kellen Lester. Holton Piles on deck, the second baseman. 1-1 our score. 50th Annual Springfield Holiday Tournament. The final game of pool play. If they can, they're going to try to get the final day in here tomorrow so that we know Fort Smith and Nixa are 2 of the teams in. And a little bit later, we'll check in on some of the other parks and see if we can figure out. As we mentioned earlier, we thought Kickapoo was the other team in. I think that's what we had been told, but.
Well, and here would be your thought. If Kickapoo is not in, they could potentially bump Willard out. So it would be Kickapoo, Willard potentially battling.
On the wild card, exactly.
On the wild card battle right there.
Exactly. Next pitch in there for a strike. And the count 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Runners at second and third, 1 out. And the pitch. Pop up.
That may stay. That might stay in the park.
Actually, it's going to get just out and actually get into the bleachers. There is not much room for that ball to go over there on the right side and stay in the park, but it just popped up and just basically arced over the netting there.
Yep.
And one of the rare foul balls to go to that side and get back in play.
2 hours ago, that wind would have been 40 yards to the north.
40 yards. How about Fair Grove?
Yeah, could have been.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch. That one gets by.
Ooh,
Runner's going to try to score, and he throws the ball away, and that's going to be a 2-1 Hillcrest lead.
On ball 3.
Yep. On a wild pitch, so it's 2-1 Hillcrest, and on the play, the runner, Griezmer, will go to third base. And it took a little piece of the.
Oh, look at that!
Yeah,
we kind of tore the turf up here a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. As Ryan Shavitzel, the Hillcrest coach, kind of stomps it down. So Hillcrest jumps out 2-1 here. Now, still a runner at third. Now you're looking at a fly ball to get another run home here.
Just 1 out. Hillcrest needs to take advantage if they can. Get a man down to third base. You want to push him home.
And, yeah, perfect opportunity to do so. And it's a 3-2 count and the pitch. Ground ball. That's going to get through for a base hit, and that will indeed get Hillcrest their third run.
Kellen Lester steps up and delivers.
RBI single, and Hillcrest leads here 3-1.
Lester, I don't believe, had gotten a hit in their earlier game today, so that gets him off the snide and stretches that lead to 3-1 and brings up Holton Pyle, the second baseman.
First pitch is in there for a strike.
Nice pitch.
Yeah, we're looking at that. Pyle hadn't got a hit, but he had walked twice in that game. So Pyle now Lester is who you were talking about. Lester did go 0 for 3 in the game. Pyle at the plate now did reach base twice, but has had to get a hit. Trying to change that here as Hunter steps off, but runner back safely. 3-1 Hillcrest. That, by the way, was Hillcrest's first hit of the game. They have become experts today in scoring runs without getting hits, as they had 3 runs on the board earlier today before they got their first hit.
Well, kind of a busy inning now for Hunter. He only threw 17 pitches the first inning out, and he's well beyond that here in the second inning. With a walk and going deep on the count.
Throw back, and the runner back safely.
Yeah, he's over 25 pitches here in this second inning, so his count is starting to add up.
1-1 pitch is instead going to be a throw to first base. And decent tag there, but the runner had got back safely.
I like when he turns and makes his throw. He throws with a purpose. He's trying to get it over for. He's trying to get a guy out. He's not necessarily trying to hold him. He's trying to get a guy out if he can pick him off.
1-1 pitch. That one misses, or he actually gets the corner for a strike, and the count goes 1-2. So this is a big out pitch, I think, for Hunter here to try to maybe kind of right the ship a little bit.
I got to limit the damage here just a little bit.
Ooh, close pitch, but just below the knees.
Hard take.
Yep. Count 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ethan Lewis waits on deck after Holton Pyle does something here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch, that one is low, and the count goes full 3-2.
He's gone full on 3 batters in a row now, so he's really beginning to rack up pitches. And he went full. This is the 4th batter of the inning that he's gone full on.
And the payoff pitch on the way. That one is down low, ball 4.
3rd walk of the inning for him.
And the thing is, the stuff is not bad. It's just the location. I mean, he's got the speed, he's got the pitches, but he's just off the mark right now. And we've seen pitchers that even solid pitchers that will have that happen occasionally. You're just not hitting your spots right now.
Ethan Lewis is up.
And that ball is going to get away from the catcher, and that's going to advance the runners to 2nd and 3rd. Again, still 1 out in the inning.
Yeah, Hillcrest is in a position they can really blow one open here as the number 10 hitter is up now.
I think they were challenging to see if maybe he had swung on the pitch, and I guess he didn't.
Didn't offer. Yeah.
So it's going to be 1-0. Pitch in there for strike 1. So now, and I heard someone over here in the stands to our right said it right. It's got to be kind of pitch and catch now, just trying to get outs. Even if you give up another run, you got to get out of the inning. Here's the pitch. That one in there for strike 2.
It's amazing, he'll have a spell where he just can't seem to find it, and then he'll go back to back, and he'll find the strike zone, which he did right there. So it's a 1-2 now, and a chance to get that second out if he can blow one by him.
And the pitch,
and he
does. Second, make a 3rd strikeout of the game for Hunter. Second one this inning, and that'll bring in his mountain counterpart, London Hayes. Hayes struck out to start the bottom of the 1st inning. He now bats here in the 2nd. And the first pitch in there for strike 1.
Now see, just like that, that's 4 straight strikes. I mean, he has found it after struggling on the previous batters.
And the catcher's going to have to take a moment. Is that one
sting the fingers maybe?
Maybe it did. I don't know if he got a jammed finger or something, but. And Byron Richardson's going to come out of the dugout and visit with the catcher, Braxton Gross.
You know, when a catcher tells you that something doesn't feel good, he's obviously hurt. I'm just wondering, when the ball came in, that the thumb pocket, did you bend it backwards or whatever? And he was also kind of holding up around the wrist, so I don't know what he may have done. But he's kind of flexing
flexing tomorrow. They're going to make a change.
Yeah.
They're going to make a change. So Gross is going to leave, and so they are going to bring in, I believe that Gross is the other one that has caught, and I think that's who they're going to bring in to catch if I look correctly here. So they're going to have to make a change here. It does also give Byron Richardson a chance, kind of a free chance to visit with his pitcher a little bit too.
Well, and for him to come out of the game that quickly without a lot of observation, he may have heard something pop. There's no telling what could have happened there. To come out and take the glove off and start rubbing the hand, and then for the coach to come out and say we got a problem. So I think we're going to make a change indeed here.
So a change will be made here. 2 outs in the inning, and the count 0-1 at the plate. Hillcrest leads this one 3-1.
Big thank you to the great folks at Play It Again Sports for being one of the tournament sponsors and helping bring all of this your way and being a backer for so many years. Jeff and Jeff, Play It Again Sports on East Battlefield here in Springfield, really do a great job of outfitting and supplying local and area teams with just about everything they need, from equipment to uniforms, balls, bats, gloves, you name it. it comes from Play It Again Sports, and I know the coaching community and the team community in the area are really appreciative of the support that they're showing to the tournament here.
I do want to mention one of the other sponsors, and in all transparency, we had our list and all of our information. That got blown away earlier today, too, and got flooded. But also want to make sure our friends at FFC Bank, as they're one of our sponsors of our coverage, and we do appreciate their help as well.
Now, I'm interested here because Gross has taken the catcher's gear off, but he's headed back out to the field. So Braxton is probably going to take a place in the field, and I'm not sure. It looks like we're suiting up down here, and I can't see what number that is.
That's going to be the third baseman, I believe, Aaron Gross.
Okay, so
he's
Gross,
the other catcher.
So,
yeah. So Gross will come in to catch.
So Braxton Gross will give way for Aaron Gross.
Yeah, and again, a little different. It's a little different situation, being out in the field and having to catch a ball or two than having to catch someone throwing 80+ on a regular basis, and maybe that's what the issue was. So Gross will be the new catcher, and I think it's just going to be a straight switch.
And Aaron is still shaking that hand out there. He caught a stinger or caught something. The good thing is the fact that he's staying in the game tells you that there's obviously no damage to the hand.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a matter. Maybe he caught a bruise on the tip of the thumb or something like that. I'm not sure.
So one Gross gives way to another at the catcher spot, and they just switch spots. Braxton will now be at third, and Aaron will be behind the plate. And again, resetting the situation, it's Hayes, the pitcher, up for Hillcrest. The count is no balls and a strike. 2 outs here in the second, and the lead is now 3-1 for Hillcrest. Let's see if we can look at some of the other scores here. Nixa, by the way, completed an undefeated run through the Clever Pool as they beat Herrick Post 626 12-3. Tell you what, Nixa's going to be a tough out. We haven't really talked much about them, but we saw them yesterday.
Yeah, Nixa gets on the base pass. Look out.
And indeed. So here is London Hayes, and the count is 0-1. Now it's 1-1. Pyle at second and Lester at third.
Trying to push across another run or two if the Hornets can do that.
And Forsyth is trying to pitch another couple strikes, and that pitch is going to be outside. It's 2-1. And try to get out of the inning. 2 balls and a strike. 3-1, Hillcrest leads it.
7th batter in the inning.
Swung at and missed, and that squares the count at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Stretch and pitch. That one swung at and missed, and that will be the final out of the inning. Well, he does end up striking out the side, but it was a little bit of an adventure to get there. 2 runs on a hit.
No errors and a couple left.
That's right.
And that was kind of an adventure for young Mr. Hunter. We'll tally up his pitch count here.
But as we go to the 3rd inning, our score is still, or actually now, Hillcrest 3 and Forsyth 1. So again, checking in with some of the other pools at the other tournament games. Nixa again beat Herrick Post 626, their second win over them in the tournament, 12-3. So Nixa is the winner of the Clever Pools. We mentioned Forsgren Sportsmen out of Fort Smith, Arkansas, with their 8-6 win over Willard earlier today, had clinched their spot in the Hillcrest as the Hillcrest pool representative in the semifinals. And then Fort Smith did go on to beat Forsyth here earlier, 9-3. The pool number 1, which was the Republic pool, now has been moved to Parkview. We did mention that Kickapoo got a 10-2 win over Rolla earlier, and Rolla actually got a victory over Republic earlier, 4-2. And that Post 11 is St. Joe. Post 11 beat Kickapoo 5-2. So, and again, we had been told, at least had been led to believe, that Kickapoo had already clinched a spot in the Final Four. However, Kickapoo now 3-1, and Post 11 now 2-1. So they're playing Ozark. And I'm not sure that does kind of muddy not only the pool situation, but also Willard's situation, possibly being the wild card.
Well, if Post 11 were to win, they're 3-1, and they will bump out Kickapoo because of the head-to-head. So
right.
So Kickapoo needs for Ozark to come back knocked them off. 38 pitches in that inning for Hunter. So after 17 in the first inning, he was pretty busy in the second.
Here is Jared Walls leading off the third inning, and the first pitch is over for a strike. It's Walls, and then back to the top of the order for Etheridge and Hunter. 3-1 Hillcrest on top. Even though Hillcrest only has one hit in the ball game, Forsyth got a pair of hits in the first, but only could get one run. Next pitch is over. It's strike two. Nothing in two. And the pitch swung at and foul tipped and caught for strike three. So now for Hayes, the pitcher, he has recorded his third strikeout of the game. And back to the top of the order for Etheridge, who led off the game with a walk and eventually scored the Panthers' only run.
Let's go, 3.
Well, we've had a little bit of everything, but now we're getting that sun about to make appearance. Here's a ground ball, too short. Shortstop makes a good scoop, throws high, but in time for the second out of the inning.
I want to tell you what, he took that one right into the chest. It came up, didn't come into the glove, but he took it right into the chest, kept the ball in front of him, came up and made a nice routine throw across the diamond and gets that second out.
So 2 down, and Tristan Hunter now, pitcher against pitcher for the second time. Hunter got a hit his first time up. And the pitch, this one will be high and outside, ball 1. Good look at the situation. You can see from that picture, and here's a bouncing ball to go to the third baseman, and it will be a 1-2-3 inning as Hayes sets the side down in order. In fact, Hayes has retired the last 6 in a row. As we go to the bottom of the third, it's still Hillcrest with a 3-1 lead over Forsyth.
Well, Hayes has had back-to-back 6-pitch innings. I mean, you know, he's been very efficient.
So there's the situation we're talking about. You can see the picture there of the scoreboard, and you can see that behind there is a little bit of clear sky, and that is what is about to start facing us. Now, the good news is there is some trees there, so it won't be very long, but it will be a little bit challenging.
Yeah.
So
we'll have a little bit of a glare coming at us here before
yeah.
so long.
So we will continue to keep an eye on things, and I don't think the glare is going to be too bad. That Tom and I have some natural issues with glare that can blind people at times, and I don't think I need to really explain that any more than I just did. But we'll try to make sure that it does. The lights, actually, they're turning the lights on here right now, which is probably a good idea, as we'll be needing those here before long. As you see Tristan Hunter there going out for his third inning of work. And I think if you're Tristan, you're just trying to kind of regroup and get your groove back. You kind of started with the groove, but then it kind of went haywire there for a little bit.
Well, he's trying to get some efficiency back to his routine. You know, he 17 pitches followed by 38 pitches. It tells you how much he labored there in that second inning. And he's trying to get back to where, hey, can I get through this in a dozen pitches or something like that, get my count down and get some guys out and not put too many people on base, trailing 3-1.
Looking forward to the, as I said, the final day of the tournament tomorrow, but we do have, I was actually going to check here during our third inning, take a little look at the weather forecast. By the way, is not a part of our regular programming here, but in this tournament it always is. They have put a flash flood watch in effect for the entire region tomorrow. Surprise. Looking at possibility of heavy rain, 80% chance of rain at times tomorrow. But they're also calling for the rain to maybe have a little bit of a hole, and maybe we get maybe later in the day and early evening. So maybe catch a few breaks, might be able to squeeze it in tomorrow. Still a 60% chance of rain, though, tonight.
Yeah. Well, and that's another good reason to bring it to an artificial field. So if you have windows of opportunity, you can keep playing up here and get it in.
Yeah. So coming up here in the third inning, Ethan Cates will lead it off for Hillcrest. He grounded first to third, first to pitcher his first time up. First pitch is at the knees for strike one. You know, besides, we know that Hunter's got sussed up, but probably need to credit Mr. Hayes a little bit. He has settled down and really kept the Panthers off balance right now. Count 0-2 here quickly to Cates as he jumps ahead.
Well, stop and think about it. Hunter went out and threw 38 pitches, and Hayes came up and threw 6. So who had the easier time of it. It's pretty obvious what happened there.
Ground ball, foul.
That was a I don't want to swing is what that was.
Yeah, I got to protect the plate because that's what I'm supposed to do, swing. Nothing in two. Well, look at the radar. It looks like I think we're in the clear for the rest of the night, it looks like, as far as getting this and all of the rest of the games in the region as far as our tournament. But then what tomorrow will bring, we'll just have to wait and see. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung at a miss. Ball is in the dirt, so we'll have to throw the ball to first. And the ball is off the bag, and he misses it.
I think the catcher waited. I think he waited a little too long, and then when he did, he kind of released it a little high.
Well, and I think he was waiting for the first baseman to get there. I think the first baseman had got a little bit of a late jump on that one, so that's going to be a strikeout, but then a throwing error on the catcher. So that will
move him down to first.
Yep. So, and you get exactly what you want, and that's the thing. That's the bad break in this. You actually got the strikeout you needed there, but still don't record the out. Hahn at the plate, first pitch over for swings and misses for first strike, 0-1. But then again, if you're Hunter, this is where you just got to regroup and keep doing what you're doing. If you do that 3 more times, you don't have to worry about the runner at first.
Nothing worse than giving a team 4 outs in an inning. That's just the one thing that just wears on a coach, wears on you. Especially your pitcher's out there grinding, trying to get his groove back.
That pitch over but low, and the count evens 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. 3-1 Hillcrest here in the bottom of the third inning. Hunter with the stretch. Runner's going. Pitch is going to be hit to second. Only play will be to first, and the out is recorded. Runner advances. So it's not an official sacrifice, but basically works the same way as the hit and run was on. And they got the runner to second, basically just like it was written up.
You got what you wanted out of it. You got him over, and you set the table now for Garrett Cates,
who grounded out to first his first time up. He is the cleanup hitter, but big run out there for Hillcrest with 1 out. Stretch and pitch. Tried to check his swing, but couldn't, and he foul tips it back to the screen for strike 1.
It's the same as taking a full cut.
Yeah.
You're trying to hold off. You held off perfectly, except the ball hit the bat and cost you your strike anyway.
When you said that, you made me think of something. Next pitch is over but low, 1-1. Is that this is a game where the scorebook is so objective that it doesn't account for, you put a little line here for single, and that single could be different things. It could be a bunt single. It could be a pop-up air-blown single, which we saw a few of those yesterday. By the way, that was a strike, so the count now is 1-2. And it could be any of that stuff. But in the scorebook, it's the same.
It's the same thing.
So you can dust off a scorebook from 30 years ago. Boy, I really pelted that single, and really was just a little number out in front of the mound that you just beat out.
Yep.
So it's I like that about the scorebook is that you can, and if you tell the story long enough, you might get people to believe it really was a smash.
Oh, exactly.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And the pitch.
Ooh.
Swing and a miss of the fastball. Actually foul tipped it, and it was caught for strike 3.
Gas on that one, boy, I'll tell you.
Now 2 down, and that brings in Shane Stafford. Stafford, he struck out looking his first time up. And that was after that's when Hunter kind of ran into the problem with the 2 walks, single, and another walk before kind of riding the ship there. Pitch is over but low, ball 1. One ball, no strikes. Even though Hunter has had some good pitches in this game, fact of the matter is that Hillcrest has scored runs in each of the first 2 innings, trying to hold them out for the first time. There's a big swing and a miss, and the count evens 1-1.
Yeah, when he's got his fastball working, it's hard for these guys to catch up to it.
Runner at second is Cates, and he is not doing too much. The shortstop's going to shade, so there's plenty of hitting room over to the left side. And that's interesting. I have noticed, and I kind of watched this year, and I don't know if there's a strategy, but most of the time what I usually see is when a fielder shades to the bag with a runner at second, it's usually the opposite field one, which would be the second baseman in this case. But I think in this particular case, they showed the shortstop thinking that with the fastball the way he's got, he's going to be hard to pull. So maybe they can go ahead and do that. So that gives the hitting hole to the pull side instead of the opposite field side, if you know what I'm talking about there. But usually when you see that, you see it most of the time to the opposite side. When you throw the fastball like that and he swings and misses, it really doesn't matter who's shading what bag. You get it out, and you get it out of the inning. So struck out, got 3 strikeouts in the inning, although the first one reached base, but he was stranded there. No runs and 1 left as we go to the 4th inning. Our score still has Hillcrest leading Forsyth by a count of 3-1. So the Panthers get what they needed there, and now, as we were talking about this earlier, Tom, again, tip your hat cap to London Hayes right now as he's keeping the Forsyth hitters off balance.
Well, he's not having to work very hard to do it. 6 pitches in 2 innings. I mean, 6 pitches in the second, 6 pitches in the third. So he's gone out, given them something to do. You know, he struck out 1, struck out 2, 1 in each inning. But other than that, they put the ball in play early. Second pitch swinging, first pitch swinging, second pitch swinging. So that, you know, that makes it easy.
In the 3 games that we've seen that really work, and that was the Hillcrest pitcher earlier today plus the Herrick pitcher Doan yesterday, it proves that it's not, yes, you know, having velocity is really a great strength. There's no question about it. But if you've got control of your pitches, whatever your best thing is, if you've got control of those pitches, that is the key. And in those instances, that is what happened. 3-1 is the score. There goes back to my Lakes Region origin again. 3-1, Hillcrest leads Forsyth. We're going to go to the 4th inning, and let Tom Mass give you a little play-by-play here to see what the Panthers could do in the 4th.
Well, Aaron Gross is going to step in to lead things off here, and Gross, of course, is part of the shift we made from catcher to third, and so he is now the official catcher for Forsyth, and he'll step in against Hayes. Sends one high into the air. Another first pitch swinging. Should be a can of corn right there, and it is, as Baker pulls it down. And that's an easy first out on a first swing.
So what do you got again? 1 pitch?
1 pitch.
1 out.
Making it easy. Easton Day will step in. He's the second baseman. Struck out his first time back in the first inning. Moved up. Ball 1.
It's when you face pitchers like this, it's patience. You got to have patience. And, you know, we've seen a lot of teams that are aggressive.
Second pitch. 2 outs.
And, again, you know, but here's the other side of that. I mean, that's not a poorly hit ball right there. I mean, he got a good swing at it. It was in the range of the second baseman to get to. But that's the other thing, and we were talking about the keys to being successful in this tournament. That's one of the keys. That's why I think the defense may be the biggest thing of all. You're going to have to make plays for your pitcher, and Hillcrest certainly in this game so far has done that.
Phoenix Maloney looks at second ball 2. Maloney led off the game in his first appearance with a single. Made it all the way around to second base. Could not score, though. I say 2 balls. I thought that was the first pitch. They must have called time. Now it's 2 balls. So 2-0. So Hayes is trying to get through another quick inning here. Can't get a strike on that one. So he will that was his 6th pitch of the inning, so he'll definitely be busier this inning than he has been in the previous 2.
Indeed.
7th pitch, puts it in play. Up with it comes the throw, and he pulled him off the bag.
Sure did.
Yep, so that'll be an E6.
Well, and if anything else, Tom, what that does is that forces Hayes to throw more pitches this inning.
Yep.
And again, the other side of this is if you're trying to get to a pitcher, you got to get him to throw more pitches so you'll have a better opportunity to wear him down a little bit. And I think that's part of what happens in this situation and part of the key here.
Colton Weisenhart stands in from the left side, takes ball 1. Lefty here. Throw over just to keep him honest. Weisenhart was on in the field. Well, was on the fielder's choice, but he closed the inning out back in the first inning on a fielder's choice. A little bit low. Ball 2. So So Hayes is showing that he's only human and needs more than 6 pitches an inning to get done. There's one up in the air, and that shouldn't be too much trouble if they are. Oh, look at that, sliding in from left to make the play. Baker peeled off, and coming in from the left side to make the catch was Garrett Cates.
And it was the wind again, Tom.
Yep.
The wind was popping up. I think it caused a little bit more problem than they thought it was going to. And so instead, another good defensive play behind Hayes as they continue to lead this one 3-1. No runs. There was an error and one left in that inning for Forsyth. Still 3-1 Hillcrest as we head to the home half of the fourth.
Back out to the mound quickly. Part of it is that with all this quick work that Hayes is doing, it keeps sending Hunter out to the mound a little faster. Doesn't have much time to, well, first of all, the arm doesn't cool down, but he doesn't get too much rest in between innings because it's a 5, 6, 7 minute at bat at most. And the Hornets are done. Bottom of 4.
So we're going to look at, see what else is going on here, see if there's any more updated scores. Do not see anything so far. The key game over in Pool 1, which is the Republic Pool, is going to be that Ozark Post 11 game. Again, Kickapoo is sitting at 3-1. St. Joe Post 11 also is 2-1 right now. And I think Ozark is still a factor in that because I think Ozark split their games yesterday. So if they win, then they play Republic. They could finish 3-1 possibly as well, but then they would have the tiebreaker.
Back to the mound goes Hunter for his 4th inning of work, and leading off in the bottom of the 4th for the Hornets as they lead at 3-1 will be Braxton Baker.
Yeah, and I was told that Ozark has a big lead over St. Joe right now, 9-0. So if they do win that game, then I think that would go ahead and put Kickapoo into that.
Kickapoo would advance, I'm sure.
Yeah, and then that would put, and then would probably put Willard back into center stage to get that wild card.
Ball 1 to Braxton Baker to lead it off here in the 4th inning. And a little bit low since it's 2-0. So a 15-pitch inning last time out for Hunter, and that has him at 70 pitches through the first 3 innings. That second inning was really rough on him. Inside there for a strike, 2-1. So Hunter will probably finish this inning well past 80 pitches, and his count will go up. Ooh, Baker could not catch up to that. I mean, that had smoke behind it, or a contrail, one or the other. It was coming in. 2-2. Straight up, may stay in the park, may not. No.
We haven't heard that in a while.
Haven't heard that. We didn't hear that through the wind today. That's for sure. Another foul off to the right. Baker will pick up a bat and come back and do it again. Tristan Hunter on the mound for Forsyth. 2-2 pitch delivery here to Braxton Baker. And he has to duck out of the way, and he goes full. So for the fifth time in this ball game, Hunter has gone full on the batter. And this time he wins the battle as he fans Baker with a 3rd strike. Colt Tate will step in now, the catcher. Tate first time up back in the 2nd inning, single, came around to score. Walked and came around to score. He is deep in the box. And he draws a strike on the first pitch. When you look at him, that right foot is on the back of the chalk, and that left foot's maybe about 10 inches in front of that. So he is using all the box he possibly can. A little high. Evens the count at 1-1. Have you noticed something that we miscalled a while ago? We were expecting the sun to break through, and it hadn't quite done it yet.
Yeah, well, and what's happened is I think the cloud cover has moved
chasing
over.
It. Yeah, it's chasing it, yeah.
And so we're going to have a lot less of the sun because by the time it comes out, it's going to almost be already in the trees.
1-2. The offering to Tate. A little high, and it'll be 2-2. Kind of a wrap-up game. Not kind of, but it is a wrap-up game for these two teams. As Tate goes down swinging for the second out. Back-to-back strikeouts for Hunter. He now has 4, 5, 6, 7 strikeouts. He actually has 9, but one of them was the drop third strike that we couldn't get the play at first to complete it. There's a call strike on Lester. Kellen Lester singled his last time up.
You know, with all the troubles that Hunter had in the second, he did strike out the side that inning.
Yeah.
Even though he faced 6 batters that inning. Actually, 7 batters that inning. Keep forgetting about that 10th hitter.
Yeah.
That's batting here.
1-1 to Kellen Lester. He is the extra hitter in the lineup for the Hornets. And you know what? He may have found, he sure did. He found just enough oomph to get it over a retreating first baseman there. And Lester, for the second time, is on with a single. And like you said, sometimes they're not the most dynamic singles in the world, but in the record book, it all shows up the same.
Looks exactly like their single in the second, although they're completely different.
Yep.
And so he can look at that. And Lester's got both of Hillcrest hits in this game. Those are the only 2 hits they've got right now. But they still lead at 3-1.
Holton Pyle steps in with 2 outs. Ball up a little high. Yeah, 3 runs on 2 hits, and only one of the hits was a factor in scoring. Ball 1 on Holton Pyle. Pyle's the second baseman. A little low. Good stop and block by Gross. 2-0 now. So here's an example of Hunter who was cruising along those first 2 batters, struck him out, gave up a hit. Now he's gone back-to-back balls to the batter. That one found the spot. 2 balls and a strike to Pyle. And Hunter gets a little inside on him here. He bails out of the box. 3-1. Kellen Lester stands at first base after the single. They'll hold him there. He won't get too big a lead. You should not lead to first until the umpire has given you the call. A little delayed call there on Pyle takes the count full at 3-2. You can sell it to some of those guys, but some of those guys you can't sell it to them, you know. And the worst thing you can sometimes do is assume and take off, and they'll say, no, I think I'll bring you back for one more. And that's what they did to Mr. Pyle right there.
And they often said if you do that, then you better make sure you're on your toes for this next one, too.
3-2, 2 outs, man at first. Lester took off, and he'll stand down as Pyle draws another walk. And they'll be at first and second with 2 out for Ethan Lewis. The number 10 hitter will step in. Handful of walks given up by Hunter. Ball comes our direction for a foul. Now Hunter walked a man in the first, then had that kind of that rough second inning where he walked 3. Came back, didn't have any problems in the third, but here he's walked another man. So 5 walks issued by him. A little late on the swing there, and it's 0-2, and Tristan Hunter's a strike away from getting out of the inning. Foul off the glove.
there's been several at bats that, to tip your hat to the Hillcrest hitters that, even though he's thrown very good pitches up there, they've been able to make contact. I mean, that's what they call protect the plate. If there's a pitch even close, you're trying to at least hit it, get it foul, so you can stay alive.
Took something off right there. Ball 1. 1 and 2.
Now that pitch, you're trying to get him to chase that pitch.
You're trying to get him to offer up and give it away, but he didn't bite on it, did Mr. Lewis? Runners at first and second. 2 out, 1 and 2 the count here. And the delivery from Tristan Hunter. A little bit low. Block. That'll even the count at 2 and 2 now. So after a 15-pitch count in the third, he comes back here in the fourth, and he's going to be busy again. And his total is really going to start to mount up. Slashes one foul off to the left.
The times I did get to see him pitch this year, he certainly has, good endurance. So he's, and he's still got good velocity and stuff. But even at that, you don't, you're going to keep the pitch count in a reasonable manner. You just got to do that. So you got to believe that he's probably only got another couple of innings.
Well, he gets out of it there with a swinging strike. Strikes out the side. No damage on the scoreboard. And that will send us to the 5th inning with Hillcrest still in command at 3-1.
Well, we get a chance, as we were talking about with our friends at Red Lion Media Alliance. Again, we want to thank them. They really were putting in some time today to try to get numerous problems solved that the rain had caused in trying to get equipment replaced and everything, and managed to get the third game of the day, get at least the second half of that game, which was our best game of the day, the game that Fort Smith beat Willard to win the pool. But, you and I had the privilege, Tom, of seeing both the Clever pool yesterday and then this pool here at Hillcrest today, and you take a look at the Fort Smith Ball Club, the Sportsmen. They just know how to play. Willard, and you were correct when you said this during the game, Willard is certainly a team, not the same team that played a month ago to win a state championship, but they still got a lot of those guys there, and they know how to play the game, and they played very good. But Fort Smith was just very, very solid and made the most of their opportunities. We had a chance to see Nixa yesterday, which is a combination of players from Nixa and Hollister, and they looked very solid yesterday, and they actually finished perfect in that pool at Clever to win that. And still not quite sure who's going to come out. Probably Kickfoo's going to come out of that other pool. Willard could be a wild card, Ozark on that mix. It's going to be a very interesting mix, but I think the teams that we saw in the Sportsmen and Nixa, whoever comes out of the other pool and whoever the wild card, they're going to be tough outs.
Yep.
Just by the way they play.
I think you're going to probably have some really good semifinals tomorrow. If indeed you've got Kickapoo in, if you've got the Sportsmen in, if you get Willard in, if you get Nix in. We've seen them all play. We have not seen Kickapoo, but we know their pedigree. So we know that you'll probably see some pretty good semifinals in these two matchups tomorrow.
Yeah, and again, that's all going to be here tomorrow instead of Republic, if you missed our announcement earlier, because of the field conditions. And they will play 2 semifinals, championship game, and then in between the semifinals and championship game on the varsity side, they'll play the JV championship game.
Oh, what a nice hit. What a nice stop down the line and a throw. And that may be the play of the day right there. I'm telling you what, third baseman went sliding. That ball had every intention of finding a place to get through, and it was just not going to happen.
Yeah, when I saw it off the bat, I thought that's a double.
Yeah.
I thought there was no way that was going to get down there. And
Shane Stafford made an excellent throw. At first, an excellent stop, got up, got to his feet, made a nice throw, good stretch at the first base bag to get the first out. And Tyler Strahan looks at one wildly off to the side.
Yeah. Well, we're going to get a little bit of that sun, Tom.
We're going to get the sun, but guess what? We also got the minute the sun broke out. Here came the wind again.
Yeah,
here came the wind again.
Yeah, but the only thing we didn't have today weather-wise that you see in the Ozarks was snow. Everything else today we had. Weather-wise, it has been crazy here today, but we're gonna end up getting through this day. It looks like just another couple innings to go.
Tyler Stratton falls behind 1-2 now. I'm going to go back to that play at third. Stafford made that was a nice play. I mean, he was deep, made the stop, backhanded it, and came up and made that long throw across. 2-2 now on Strahan. Of concern will be for Forsyth when they come back out here in the fifth. My pitch count as he goes down swinging. My pitch count right now on Hunter is 97. So don't know whether they'll give him another inning to go back out or whether he's done for the day.
If I were to be guessing, I would say maybe one more. If I'm be guessing, but I don't know that, especially because it's been kind of up and down for him today.
First baseman gloves it, waves him off, takes it on his own, and boy, that is a really quick inning right there.
Well, speaking of pitch count, where does that leave him now?
Oh, I'll give you a total here in just a second. He went there 1, 2, 7, 8 pitches that time. So he has had innings of 6, 6, 10, and 8. So Hayes has not really had to throw too much at all.
Yeah, in fact, if you take a look at the Hillcrest pitchers, and I think indeed we're going to get that pitching change you were talking about. They did. I was thinking he might have one more, but it is going to stop at 4. So a new pitcher will come in for Forsyth. That's going to be Maloney that will come to the hill.
We saw him pitch to close the first game they played today. So Phoenix Maloney will come back out, and they will move Hunter over to shortstop.
Yeah, which is where he normally plays when he's not pitching. So we will have the new pitcher for Forsyth as Hillcrest will come up here in the bottom of the 5th inning and leading this game 3-1. You know, if you're Ryan Schafitzel, I mean, you kind of got to be happy with how this day came out. And, you know, and again, going back to the high school season, knowing that he was going to have to rebuild and kind of get things going, but they were very competitive in the high school season. I mean, as I said, I did their game with Branson in the regular season. Branson had, I think, run ruled them earlier in the year, but then they came to Branson, and Branson had to get 2 in the bottom of the 7th to win. Again, and here's the interesting thing: Coach Schafitzel wasn't there that day because, and I don't remember the exact, but I think his wife was up for a teaching award that night, so he had a banquet to go to. And the way it was explained to me that he thought, to be able to be at home, he probably needed to be at that award ceremony. So his assistants had the team that day and nearly pulled off a win. And and Branson struggled this season, but that was a game that they had to get 2 in the bottom of the 9th to win, or bottom of the 7th to win that game. But they were in those games, and Ryan was telling me earlier today when we were talking, I think he talked to you too about it too. I mean, they were in games and they were really competitive. Well, you come into this very strong tournament, get 2 tough losses yesterday, but today you come in and compete. And granted, teams that you think you can compete, they've already got 1 win today and are looking at a 3-1 lead right now with just a couple innings to go.
Well, you got 2 great pitching performances. Baker threw a gem this morning. And right now, Hayes has gone 5 innings and get on 53 pitches, and limited to one run so far. So your pitching has really done it for you today. Maloney delivers a little bit low, ball 1 to the leadoff here in the bottom of the 5th.
That's what we were just talking about.
Yeah, it's Hayes himself. Ball 2. Hayes had trouble catching up to Hunter. He struck out twice, swinging against him. I think he's hoping for something a little better as he takes strike 1, hoping for a little bit better opportunity against Maloney. I don't think Maloney doesn't quite have the velocity that Hunter has, and so maybe Hayes is thinking he's got a chance. But he whiffs at that one, so draws the count to 2-2. Boy, I hope that sun moves down here because it's directly between me and the batter, and seeing the plate is a little bit tough. Took something off there and goes full.
Yeah. Luckily, the trees are about to get in the way, so it's going to be a very short interval of sunshine. But, man, it is bright. I know exactly what you mean. I'm having to get the bill of my cap down. Luckily, our camera is able to shield it just enough that you're able to get a good look at it. And that was a ball 4 right there. So a leadoff walk here in the 5th for Hillcrest.
Ethan Cates will step in, and Cates on the day grounded out in the first inning and came back and reached on an error. Actually, he was the missed third strike, so that's what he did in the 3rd inning. Missed third strike, and they couldn't convert down at first base. He'll slap at the first one. Third baseman comes up, got time to throw to second, and he'll get the lead runner. And smart move by Gross to make it over there. So fielder's choice will send Cates down to first base, and Hayes is retired back to the dugout, and Isaac Hahn will step up. Hahn was on with a walk in the first and scored on a couple of wild pitches by Hunter, and then grounded out second to first in the third. So his third plate appearance, and he looks at strike one to kick it off. Throw over. Cates is back. Cates is moving. Throw's going to go down, and he just didn't. He made the catch, did Hunter, but the glove was in front of the bag, and he slid past it. So a stolen base right there for Cates. Nice throw, nice reception on the other end. Just couldn't convert and make the tag. Reaches down. Gross. Oh, Gross. What a smart play by Gross. He dinked him with a throw to first and got the lead runner. That is a heads-up play by Gross at third base right there.
Yeah, so after nearly executing a very good caught stealing on that, just the tag just a second late, they get a good play there and fool the runner and get him in a rundown.
Well, Cates was at second after the steal, and when he saw Gross come up with it, and Gross looked and made the arm motion to first, well, now we're going to send the runner over to second base on the pitch in the ground to Garrett Cates for ball one. Yeah, but what a great move by the third baseman there to make you think, I'm throwing to first and you're going to try to run past me. But nope, I just turned on him and made the play. Good cover by the second baseman to get the tag. Foul ball out of bounds, out of play. You got me thinking football already.
Or even basketball.
Or basketball.
Although when you look at where those balls end up over there, it is kind of out of bounds.
It is way out of bounds.
Yeah.
It's out of the area, almost out of the zip code. Sharp one to short, coming up with a hard throw, and you talk about putting something behind it. Hunter showed a little pitching skill there. I mean, he threw that ball across the diamond.
Yeah. I tell you what, I think Forsyth got a break there. I'm not so sure that he didn't beat that. It was. I know Ryan Spitzel is looking very quizzical at that, but it counts. It's an out, and that's going to be the last out of the inning. So, but still credit him. What a throw that was over there.
And there was no loft to it. I mean, it was a line shot across the field. So no runs. They have a man on base via the walk, but no more damage for the Hornets, and we're going to go to the sixth inning here with a 3-1 lead. Hillcrest on top of Forsyth.
Tell you what, it's always you always see some interesting plays there. And I tell you what, and despite thinking he might have still beat, that does not discredit the throw. That was that play shouldn't have been close.
Yeah.
Because that frankly probably should have been a hit, but man, he got it over there in a hurry. So Forsyth will have 10-1 and 2 coming up here in the sixth inning, as the Panthers are now down to their final 6 outs to try to get back in this one.
Well, and Hayes has just been absolutely a miser when it comes to using those pitches.
And what did we give the count again?
Well, he's at 50. Let's see, he's at 19 and 29 and 12 is 51. He's at 18, 30. He's at 49 pitches. 49 pitches.
And he's getting ready to start the sixth inning. I mean, that is just
that's amazing. Not even 10 pitches in an inning. He's had innings of 6, 6, 10, and 8, and 19 was the first one.
So on this side of things, what they need to do is they need to really work at making him throw some pitches and get some in there, as Jared Walls leads it off here in the sixth.
Walls takes a strike. I'm going to tell you what. From the time Hayes gets the ball, he is back. He's on the rubber. It's less than 10 seconds.
Yeah, and I didn't even realize until I kind of watched him last inning that he was really quick. And so therefore, as a hitter, you kind of have to counterbalance that by stepping out a little bit and try to throw him off his rhythm. They've not been able to do that yet.
They registered 3 strikes on the scoreboard, and that's not the case. It's 1 and 2 now.
Yeah.
With another foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the batter, which is Walls. Wall's second appearance. He struck out back in the third inning. And he's got something going here.
Just went foul.
Just went foul on him.
Yeah. But did what he had to do. He tried to go the other way. One thing he is doing here, and this is kind of where I was going, is he's making him throw pitches.
Yep.
And, I mean, that's kind of what you have to do. And we keep in mind that he's been dominant, but Forsyth's only down 2. So anytime you get a runner on base, you get the tying run to the plate. So you're still very much a part of this, but you gotta try to find a chink in the armor here someplace.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, I'm doing a real quick check here. 1, 2. This is only the third batter that he's thrown more than 5 pitches to. So they have not made him work very hard. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Lays that one down. And there's the throw across to get him. Another nice play from the shortstop position.
But still made him throw some pitches. And the thing to keep in mind for Forsyth here, you're only 2 runs down, so you've got an
A base runner changes everything.
And you've got the top of the order coming up. So this is really going to be your moment in time, if you will, to maybe try to get back in this ball game. And he had to throw more pitches, as many pitches to this hitter as he has to anyone in the game.
Nice reach, stop by the catcher right there as Hayes was a little high on the offering to Keegan Etheridge. Ball 1. And he fouls that one off to even it at 1-1. Etheridge's third plate appearance. He was on with a walk in the first inning, was out in the third, short to first. So his third time up. Dinks that one to second base. That's pretty easy. And that's 2 outs on the pop-up. So 7, 8, 9, 10 pitches now for Hayes in this inning. So they have really not pushed him the way you've been talking about how they really need to do. And Tristan Hunter, after an excellent showing on the mound, will step in. He's got a single and a ground out so far. Misses outside. It's 1-1. A little bit outside again. 2-1. Hayes throwing now. That one gets up in the air, and that one's going to get over a whole bunch of people. That'll be at least 2. Got to stop there. So just kind of what they needed.
Mm-hmm.
Hunter got into it and doubles to left center. That would be the first, I believe, the first extra base hit of the day for them.
It is indeed.
Yep. So 2 outs. Tristan Hunter gets down to second base with the double. Brings up Aaron Gross. Gross's third time up. Was on with a fielder's choice, then flew out to center field back in the 4th inning.
And to keep in mind, that is Forsyth's only second base runner since the first inning.
Yeah.
They had a runner reach on an error in the 4th, and that was with 2 outs, so they got out of that inning. Now the double with 2 outs.
There's a strike in there to Gross.
Go, buddy. You got it.
Let's go, Razor.
There's a shot to short. Going to come up and throw it right across, and just like that, there goes Forsyth after a scoring opportunity is erased off the boards. The shortstop position has been well played in this ball game on both sides of the ball. So nothing other than a hit that time for Forsyth, and we'll head to the bottom of the 6th, and it is Hillcrest clinging to that 3-1 lead.
So now very easy on either side of this one as you go to the later stages of the ball game for Hillcrest. And I'm sure Coach Savitch will emphasize this. You know, we don't need to be done here. We need to let's get a couple insurance runs. That's kind of what they did in the Lebanon game earlier. They got some insurance runs late and kind of, even though they were in control of the game, kind of put it away. They could do the same thing here. And for Phoenix Maloney for Forsyth, 3 quick outs and then get back to it. They did actually make Hayes throw maybe a few more pitches that inning.
16.
That's
yeah.
the most he's thrown since the first.
Yeah. But he's still at 65 pitches through 6 innings. So,
Yeah.
I mean, he'll be back out there in the 7th. There's no question about that.
Yeah. And so, and in the Mass McCauley, the pitching derby. He is now the leader. He's not in the clubhouse yet, but he could definitely win between the Baker's effort earlier today and Doane yesterday. We've got 280 pitch complete game wins.
If he goes out and gets them quick, he could stay in the 70s and potentially do it. Just depends on how busy he is in the 7th inning.
Now, I will, just so you know, this particular thing, there's no prize attached, but it's just two old sportscasters giving you a little bit of extra publicity for throwing the fewest pitches in the games that we covered, and that's all it gets you. It doesn't even get you a free drink anymore. Free candy or anything. It just doesn't. But it is something that you don't see often, and it's been good to see, and it just shows you that these pitchers have been in very good shape. And we've seen some other good performances that maybe were a few more pitches, but that happened. I kind of go back to what we saw from Caleb Julian yesterday in the game against Clever. I mean, he came in there and had a fairly good effort, once they were able to get control, and just had a couple of bad breaks late in the ball game that allowed Clever to win that ball game. Clever had a good outing against Doane in the game that they lost 3-0, but they just got out-pitched. So that's kind of where we are right now.
Shane Stafford, who made an outstanding play at third base a few moments ago, will lead it off here in the bottom of the 6th inning as we get a couple of raindrops.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's starting to sprinkle. I'm going, where's that coming from?
It won't last long. He'll take a ball from Maloney here to start the 6th inning.
But that would be the perfect fitting into the day, wouldn't it?
Yeah, blow the tent over again.
Yeah.
End the day the way we started the day.
Yeah.
Oh, nice bunt. Maloney's in position to make a play and does just that. Nicely fielded off the mound for the first out. Baker will step up. Struck out his last time up after walking in his first appearance. Well, it's just going to be in just enough rain here that I'm going to have to slide under the tent just a little bit more.
This is crazy.
My papers are getting wet here. And there's Baker puts it down. Gross comes up, fields, throws low, but a scoop at the bag, and a nice play down there by the first baseman for the second out. Tell you what, that was Colton Weisenhart.
We've had some good plays in this game.
There has been some really good defense, and I'm going to go back, and I'm not taking anything away from the play of the players, but, boy, when you're playing on a clean surface like this, it sure makes things a lot easier. Mm-hmm. Even the scoop overall at first base is a lot easier. There's a reach and a foul by Colt Tate for strike one. Hornets would like to add a little insurance going into that 7th inning, but it looks like the Panthers have other ideas here as they've been making great plays in the field. A little bit low, 1-1. Threw it low, and look at that. Just jumps up and makes the play, does Hunter at shortstop. So 1-2-3 goes Hillcrest. And Forsyth with one last opportunity to try to pull this thing even.
3-1 the score as we go to the 7th, and for Forsyth in the 7th, they'll have Easton Day, Phoenix Maloney, and Colin Wisenhunt as they will look to try to see if they can find a way to get 2 runs against a pitcher that's only, at 65 pitches?
65 pitches going into this one, so he has been very effective with very little work. And honestly, part of it is, he's not blowing the ball by anybody. I mean, he does not have the velocity that we saw Hunter have early in the ball game. But I'll tell you, Hayes has just done a really strong job of controlling the ball. Had a walk here or there. Or I'm double checking. Did he indeed even have a walk today? I don't. I see. Yeah, he led the ball game off with a walk.
Yeah,
walked Etheridge to start the ball game, but he's been really, really efficient since then.
The first 2 runners reach. One of them got erased on a fielder's choice, and then they, he actually wild pitched the only run of the game for Forsyth in. That's how Etheridge scored. Maloney got a single later in that inning that didn't, so there were 2 hits in the inning, and then the only other hit in the game was Hunter again getting a hit in the 6th inning, and he was stranded. So he's just been very good. The only other base runner was that base runner that reached on, in fact, Maloney reached on an error in the 4th, but they were able to hold him in check. So besides that first inning, just 2 base runners and a hit. And that is it. And he's got a few strikeouts mixed in there as well.
Easton Day will lead it off here in the top of the 7th inning. Day for the afternoon and the evening, a strikeout and a ground out. He's a little outside with his first delivery. Ball 1.
You know, when I look at that, only 4 strikeouts, but still, again, making good use of the defense. He's having good defensive plays around him.
A little bit low, and this you may see Forsyth. They may need to do this. They may just need to look at some pitches, make him work. They know he's tiring just a little bit, and there it works. See, now you get all of a sudden you're 3-0, and you stand a chance of getting somebody on base. May force Ryan Sufitzel's hand over there in that Hillcrest dugout start thinking, am I going to be able to go the distance with
Well, and again, he's not had to pitch from the stretch much today after that first inning, just on 2 occasions.
There's that strike he was looking for, so 3-1. Just what he wanted. Comebacker. Runs over, underhands it, and that's the first out. 5 pitches gets him to 70. You think we can keep him under 80? I don't know. We'll see. Here's Maloney, the pitcher, stepping in. Maloney, for the ball game, has a single and reached on an error. And he swings at 1 down low for strike 1. Outside, levels things at a ball and a strike. 1 out, ball and a strike, 3-1. Hornets trying to close it out here in the top of the 7th. There's a swing by Maloney for strike 2.
Hey, stay on it. We just hit a base hit here, Phoenix.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And he took a whole lot off of that one, but Maloney did not chase it.
Yeah, he wanted to.
Oh, he thought about it.
But again, he has to protect the plate. 2 strikes, but did a good job of realizing that was going to dip out of the zone.
2-2. And he goes full. So we haven't seen too much of that today out of Hayes. 3-2 now. Phoenix Maloney is the batter. Trying to get on and come around to score, and he'll do just that as he draws the walk.
So that does bring the tying run to the plate in Wisenhunt.
So like I say, the Hornet dugout will have to start thinking about Hayes here just a little bit. Not that he's really laboring. That one's going to come over the top of us and land in the mud.
Oh, actually, I got out of there, but boy, if it does land in the mud, it's done for the day.
Yeah.
Because we had
enough water for mud. We had a lot of mud today.
A lot of mud.
0-1. Oh, comebacker. He thought about going to second, but decided to go over and take the first. And, a very smart play. He could have made the throw to second. Could have been a disaster if he did, so he gets the sure out. And now just needs 1 out as Maloney advances to second. And the last opportunity will come in the form of Braxton Gross. And Gross steps in. Has flied out and grounded out today. And swings hard at the first offering there.
Hey, stay back on it. Stay back on it. Looking good.
That's his 79th pitch, by the way. He's at least going to get to 80.
Yeah.
And he's going to go beyond that. 1-1, 2 outs.
So now he will. I think he's right at where Baker was earlier today.
Yep.
Was 80. So he'll surpass that.
Nice pitch for strike 2. He's a strike away from closing this thing out. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Come on, baby, let's go. Be a hooter.
Huddle up, baby.
Hayes trying to finish it off for the Hornets here. Gross trying to keep things alive for the Panthers. Hard one to lay off of, but he does. Levels things at 2. See what Hayes comes up with here. See what Gross can do. Big lead off of second. Low one. And grounder comes over to short. Hard throw to first, and that's going to do it. And they wrap it up with a 3-1 decision for the Hornets to close out pool play here in the Hillcrest pool.
So again, with the 3-1 victory, Hillcrest actually finishes 2-2 in pool play as they end up getting the victory. In the meantime, it was the Forsgren Sportsmen out of Fort Smith, Arkansas, that win pool play here with a 4-0 mark. Willard finishes second at 3-1, is in contention for the wild card spot to join Nixa and I think we believe Kickapoo with St. Joe Post 11 losing the game they did in the late game against Ozark. I think that knocks them out and put Kickapoo in the driver's seat to win that pool. Again, here at Hillcrest tomorrow, we will have action scheduled to begin at 10 o'clock with the first semifinal matchup. That'll be the Pool 1 winner against the wild card. And so that means it looks like Fort Smith and Nixa will match up in that second game. If the wild card ends up being Willard, then they would match up in the second game. That'd be a dandy. Then you'll have the JV championship game. And then eventually you will have the championship game of the varsity tournament happening around 4:30 or so tomorrow afternoon. Tom, this has been a pleasure. Tom and I never worked together before. Now we feel like we've worked together 2 years just in all the craziness and going on.
9 quick ball games. That's all it took.
That's all it took. That's all it took.
Scott, I've really enjoyed it. It's been a lot of fun.
It has been a lot of fun, Tom. We do want to thank Play It Again Sports and all of our sponsors. And don't forget, we've still got more baseball. I think the other pool at Parkview is still going on. You can catch that on the SABA website and on YouTube as well. And don't forget to tune in for the championship round tomorrow from the 50th Annual Springfield Holiday Baseball Tournament. For Tom Mast, I'm Scott McCauley, bidding you a pleasant good evening from Hillcrest High School.